Welcome to tonight's bedtime story. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the gentle rain guide you to sleep. Tonight, we journey into the magical world and let the story begin. LYCURGUS. There is so much uncertainty in the accounts which historians have left us of Lycurgus, the lawgiver of Sparta, that scarcely anything is asserted by one of them which is not called into question or contradicted by the rest. Their sentiments are quite different as to the family he came of, the voyages he undertook, the place and manner of his death, but most of all when they speak of the laws he made and the commonwealth which he founded, they cannot, by any means, be brought to an agreement as to the very age in which he lived. For some of them say that he flourished in the time of Iphitus, and that they, too, jointly contrived the ordinance for the cessation of arms during the solemnity of the Olympic Games. Of this opinion was Aristotle, and for confirmation of it, he alleges an inscription upon one of the copper quoits used in those sports, upon which the name of Lycurgus continued uneffaced to his time, but Eratosthenes and Apollodorus and the other chronologists, computing the time by the successions of the Spartan kings, pretend to demonstrate that he was much more ancient than the institution of the Olympic Games. Timaeus conjectures that there were two of this name, and in diverse times, but that the one of them being much more famous than the other, men gave to him the glory of the exploits of both. The elder of the two, according to him, was not long after Homer, and some are so particular as to say that he had seen him. But that he was of great antiquity may be gathered from a passage in Xenophon, where he makes him contemporary with the Heraclidae. By descent, indeed, the very last kings of Sparta were Heraclidae too. But he seems in that place to speak of the first and more immediate successors of Hercules. But notwithstanding this confusion and obscurity, we shall endeavor to compose the history of his life, adhering to those statements which are least contradicted, and depending upon those authors who are most worthy of credit. The poet Simonides will have it that Lycurgus was the son of Prytanis, and not of Eunomit. But in this opinion he is singular, for all the rest deduce the genealogy of them both as follows: Aristodemus Patroclus, Saus Euripon Eunomas, Polydex by his first wife, Lycurgus, but Dionysa, his second. Dioscidas says he was the 6th from Patroclus, and the 11th from Hercules. Be this as it will, Zeus certainly was the most renowned of all his ancestors, under whose conduct the Spartans made slaves of the Helots, and added to their dominions, by conquest, a good part of Arcadia. There goes a story of this King Zeus, that being besieged by the Clitorians in a dry and stony place, so that he could come at no water, he was at last constrained to agree with them upon these terms, that he would restore to them all his conquests, provided that himself and all his men should drink of the nearest spring. After the usual oaths and ratifications, he called his soldiers together and offered to him that would forbear drink in his kingdom for a reward. And when not a man of them was able to forbear, in short, when they had all drunk their fill, at last comes King, sews himself to the spring, and, having sprinkled his face only, without swallowing one drop, marches off in the face of his enemies, refusing to yield up his conquests, because himself and all his men had not, according to the articles, drunk of their water. Although he was justly had in admiration on this account, yet his family was not surnamed from him, but from his son Europon, of whom they were called Europontids, the reason of which was that Europon relaxed the rigor of the monarchy, seeking favor and popularity with the many. They, after this first step, grew bolder, and the succeeding kings partly incurred hatred with their people by trying to use force, or, for popularity's sake, and through weakness, gave way, and anarchy and confusion long prevailed in Sparta, causing, moreover, the death of the father of life. For as he was endeavoring to quell a riot, he was stabbed with a butcher's knife, and left the title of king to his eldest son Pallades. He, too, dying soon after, the right of succession, as everyone thought, rested in life, and reign he did, until it was found that the queen, his sister-in-law, was with child, upon which he immediately declared that the kingdom belonged to her issue, provided it were male, and that he himself exercised the regal jurisdiction only as his guardian. The Spartan name for which office is Prodicus. Soon after, an overture was made to him by the queen, that she would herself, in some way, destroy the infant, upon condition that he would marry her when he came to the crown. Abhorring the woman's wickedness, he nevertheless did not reject her proposal, but, making show of closing with her, dispatched the messenger with thanks and expressions of joy, but dissuaded her earnestly from procuring herself to miscarry, which would impair her health, if not endanger her life. He himself, he said, would see to it that the child, as soon as born, should be taken out of the way. By such artifices having drawn on the woman to the time of her lying in, as soon as he heard that she was in labor, he sent persons to be by and observe all that passed, with orders that if it were a girl they should deliver it to the women, but if a boy should bring it to him wheresoever he were, and whatsoever doing. It so fell out that when he was at supper with the principal magistrates, the queen was brought to bed of a boy, who was soon after presented to him as he was at the table. He, taking him into his arms, said to those about him, men of Sparta, "Here is a king born unto us." This said, he laid him down in the king's place, and named him Cherilaus, that is, the joy of the people, because that all were transported with joy and with wonder at his noble and just spirit. His reign had lasted only 8 months, But he was honored on other accounts by the citizens, and there were more who obeyed him because of his eminent virtues than because he was regent to the king and had the royal power in his hands. Some, however, envied and sought to impede his growing influence while he was still young, chiefly the kindred and friends of the Queen Mother, who pretended to have been dealt with in her brother Leonidas, in a warm debate which fell out betwixt him and Lycurgus, went so far as to tell him to his face that he was well assured that ere long he should see him king, suggesting suspicions and preparing the way for an accusation of him, as though he had made away with his nephew, if the child should chance to fail though by a natural death. Words of the like import were designedly cast abroad by the Queen Mother, and her adherents troubled at this, and not knowing what it might come to, he thought it his wisest course to avoid their envy by a voluntary exile, and to travel from place to place until his nephew came to marriageable years, and by having a son, had secured the succession, setting sail. Therefore, with this resolution, he first arrived at Crete, where, having considered their several forms of government, and got an acquaintance with the principal men amongst them, some of their laws he very much approved of, and resolved to make use of them in his own country. A good part he rejected as useless. Amongst the persons they're the most renowned for their learning. All their wisdom in state matters was one thing, whom Lycurgus, by importunities and assurances of friendship, persuaded to go over to where, though by his outward appearance and his own profession he seemed to be no other than a lyric poet, in reality he performed the part of one of the ablest lawgivers in the world. The very songs which he composed were exhortations to obedience and conquest, and the very measure and cadence of the verse, conveying impressions of order and tranquility, had so great an influence on the minds of the listeners that they were insensibly softened and civilized, insomuch that they renounced their private feuds and animosities, and were reunited in a common admiration of virtue, so that it may truly be said that Thales prepared the way for the discipline introduced by From Crete, he sailed to Asia, with desire, as is said, to examine the difference betwixt the manners and rules of life of the Crete, which were very sober and temperate, and those of the a people of sumptuous and delicate habits, and so to form a judgment, just as physicians do by comparing healthy and diseased bodies. Here he had the first sight of Homer's works. And having observed that the few loose expressions and actions of ill example which are to be found in his poems were much outweighed by serious lessons of state and rules of morality, he set himself eagerly to transcribe and digest them into order, as thinking they would be of good use in his own country. They had, indeed, already obtained some slight repute amongst the Greeks, and scattered portions, as chance conveyed them, were in the hands of individuals. But Lycurgus first made them really known. The Egyptians say that he took a voyage into Egypt, and that, being much taken with their way of separating the soldiery from the rest of the nation, he transferred it from them to Sparta, a removal from contact with those employed in low and mechanical occupations giving high refinement and beauty to the state. Some Greek writers also record this. But as for his voyages into Spain, Africa, and the Indies, and his conferences there with the gymnosophists, the whole relation, as far as I can find, rests on the single credit of the Spartan aristocrates, the son of Hipparchus. Lycurgus was much missed at Sparta, and often sent for. 4 kings indeed we have, they said, who wear the marks and assume the titles of royalty, but as for the qualities of their minds, they have nothing by which they are to be distinguished from their subject, adding that in him alone was the true foundation of sovereignty to be seen, a nature made to rule, and a genius to gain obedience. Nor were the kings themselves averse to see him back, for they looked upon his presence as a bulwark against the insolencies of the people. Things being in this posture at his return, he applied himself, without loss of time, to a thorough reformation and resolved to change the whole face of the Commonwealth. For what could a few particular laws and a partial alteration of it? He must act as wise physicians do, in the case of one who labors under a complication of diseases, by force of medicines reduce and exhaust him, change his whole temperament, and then set him upon a totally new regimen of diet. Having thus projected things, away he goes to Delphi to consult Apollo there, which having done, and offered his sacrifice, he returned with that renowned oracle, in which he is called beloved of God, and rather God than man, that his prayers were heard, that his laws should be the best, and the commonwealth which observed them the most famous in the world. Encouraged by these things, he set himself to bring over to his side the leading men of Sparta, exhorting them to give him a helping hand in his great undertaking. He broke it first to his particular friends, and then by degrees gained others, and animated them all to put his design in execution. When things were ripe for action, he gave order to 30 of the principal men of Sparta to be ready armed at the marketplace by break of day, to the end that he might strike a terror into the opposite party, Hermippus hath set down the names of 20 of the most eminent of them, but the name of him whom Lycurgus most confided in, and who was of most use to him, both in making his laws and putting them in execution, was our things growing to a tumult. King Cherilaus, apprehending that it was a conspiracy against his person, took sanctuary in the temple of Minerva of the Brazen House, but being soon after undeceived, and having taken an oath of them that they had no designs against him, he quitted his refuge, and himself also entered into the confederacy with them. Of so gentle and flexible a disposition he was, to which Archelaus, his brother king, alluded when, hearing him extolled for his goodness, he said, "Who can say he is anything but good? He is so even to the bad." Amongst the many changes and alterations which Lycurgus made, the first and of greatest importance was the establishment of the Senate, which, having a power equal to the king's in matters of great consequence, and, as Plato expresses it, allaying and qualifying the fiery genius of the royal office, gave steadiness and safety to the commonwealth. For the state, which before had no firm basis to stand upon, but leaned one while towards an absolute monarchy, when the kings had the upper hand, and another while towards a pure democracy, when the people had the better, found in this establishment of the Senate a central weight, like ballast in a ship, which always kept things in a just equilibrium. The 28 was adhering to the kings so far as to resist democracy, and on the other hand, supporting the people against the establishment of absolute monarchy. As for the determinate number of 20, Aristotle states that it so fell out because 2 of the original associates, for want of courage, fell off from the enterprise. But Spherus assures us that there were but 28 of the confederates at first. Perhaps there is some mystery in the number, which consists of 7 multiplied by 4, and is the first of perfect numbers after 6, being, as that is, equal to all its parts. For my part, I believe Lycurgus fixed upon the number of 28, that the 2 kings being reckoned amongst them, they might be 30 in all. So eagerly set was he upon this establishment, that he took the trouble to obtain an oracle about it from Delphi the Rhetra, which runs thus: "After that you have built a temple to Jupiter and to Minerva Helania, and after that you have filed the people files, and obeyed them into obees, you shall establish a council of 30 elders, the leaders included, and shall, from time to time, apalazina the people betwixt Babaga and Cyanation, their propound, and put to the vote. The commons have the final voice and decision. By files and obees are meant the divisions of the people. By the leaders, the 2 kings. Apolazine, referring to the Pythian Apollo, signifies to assemble. Babika, Ansaya nation. Aristotle says Sia nation is a river and Babaka a bridge. Betwixt this Babica and Sia nation their assemblies were held, for they had no council house or building to meet in. Lycurgus was of opinion that ornaments were so far from advantaging them in their councils that they were rather an hindrance, by diverting their attention from the business before them to statues and pictures, and Rufus curiously fretted the usual embellishments of such places amongst the other Greeks. The people then being thus assembled in the open air, it was not allowed to any one of their order to give his advice, but only either to ratify or reject what should be propounded to them by the king or senate. But because it fell out afterwards that the people, by adding or omitting words, distorted and perverted the sense of propositions, kings Polydorus and Theopompus inserted into the retro or grand covenant the following clause, that if the people decide crookedly, it should be lawful for the elders and leaders to dissolve. That is to say, refuse ratification and dismiss the people as depravers and perverters of their counsel. It passed among the people by their management as being equally authentic with the rest of the retra. As appears by these verses of Tatiers, these oracles they from Apollo heard, and brought from Pytho home the perfect word, the heaven-appointed kings, who loved the land, shall foremost in the nation's council stand, the elders next to them, the commons last. Let a straight retra among all be passed. Although Lycurgus had, in this manner, used all the qualifications possible in the constitution of his commonwealth, yet those who succeeded him found the oligarchical element still too strong and dominant, and, to check its high temper and its violence, put, as Plato says, a bit in its mouth, which was the power of the ephori, established 130 years after the death of Lycurgus and his colleagues were the first who had this dignity conferred upon them in the reign of King Theopompus, who, when his queen upbraided him one day that he would leave the regal power to his children less than he had received it from his ancestors, said in answer, "No greater, for it will last longer." For indeed, their prerogative being thus reduced within reasonable bounds, the Spartan kings were at once freed from all further jealousies and consequent danger, and never experienced the calamities of their neighbors at Messene and Argos, who, by maintaining their prerogative too strictly, for want of yielding a little to the populace, lost it all. Indeed, whosoever shall look at the sedition and misgovernment which befell these bordering nations, to whom they were as near related in blood as situation, will find in them the best reason to admire the wisdom and foresight of life. For these 3 states in their first rights were equalled, or, if there were any odd, they lay on the side of the Messenians and Argives, who, in the first allotment, were thought to have been luckier than the Spartans. Yet was their happiness but of small continuance, partly the tyrannical temper of their kings, and partly the ungovernableness of the people, quickly bringing upon them such disorders, and so complete an overthrow of all existing institutions, as clearly to show how truly divine a blessing the Spartans had had in that wise lawgiver who gave their government its happy balance and temper. But of this I shall say more in its due place. After the creation of the 30 senators, his next task, and, indeed, the most hazardous he ever undertook, was the making a new division of their lands. For there was an extreme inequality amongst them, and their state was overloaded with a multitude of indigent and necessitous persons, while its whole wealth had centered upon a very few. To the end, therefore, that he might expel from the state arrogance and envy, luxury and crime, and those yet more inveterate diseases of want and superfluity, he obtained of them to renounce their properties, and to consent to a new division of the land, and that they should live all together on an equal footing. Merit to be their only road to eminence, and the disgrace of evil, and credit of worthy acts, their one measure of difference between man and man. Upon their consent to these proposals, proceeding at once to put them into execution, he divided the country of Laconia in general into 30,000 equal shares, and the part attached to the city of Sparta into 9,000. These he distributed among the Spartans, as he did the others to the country citizens. Some authors say that he made but 6,000 lots for the citizens of Sparta, and that King Polydorus added 3,000 more. Others say that Polydorus doubled the number Lycurgus had made, which, according to them, was but 4,500. A lot was so much as to yield, 1 year with another, about 70 bushels of grain for the master of the family, and 12 for his wife, with a suitable proportion of oil and wine. And this he thought sufficient to keep their bodies in good health and strength. Superfluities they were better without. It is reported that, as he returned from a journey shortly after the division of the lands, in harvest time, the ground being newly reaped, seeing the stacks all standing equal and alike, he smiled and said to those about him, Methinks all Laconia looks like one family estate just divided among a number of brothers. Not contented with this, he resolved to make a division of their movables too, that there might be no odious distinction or inequality left amongst them. But finding that it would be very dangerous to go about it openly, he took another course, and defeated their avarice by the following stratagem. He commanded that all gold and silver coin should be called in, and that only a sort of money made of iron should be current, a great weight and quantity, of which was but very little worth, so that to lay up 20 or 30 pounds there was required a pretty large closet, and to remove it, nothing less than a yoke of oxen. With the diffusion of this money, at once a number of vices were banished from Las, for who would rob another of such a coin? Who would unjustly detain or take by force, or accept as a bribe, a thing which it was not easy to hide, nor a credit to have, nor indeed of any use to cut in pieces, for when it was just red hot, they quenched it in vinegar, and by that means spoilt it, and made it almost incapable of being worked. In the next place, he declared an outlawry of all needless and superfluous arts, but here he might almost have spared his proclamation, for they of themselves would have gone after the gold and silver, the money which remained being not so proper payment for curious work, for, being of iron, it was scarcely portable, neither, if they should take the pains to export it, would it pass amongst the other Greeks, who ridiculed it. So there was now no more means of purchasing foreign goods and small wares. Merchants sent no shiploads into Laconian ports. No rhetoric master, no itinerant fortune-teller, no harlot-monger or gold or silversmith, engraver or jeweler, set foot in a country which had no money, so that luxury, deprived little by little of that which fed and fomented it, wasted to nothing and died away of itself. For the rich had no advantage here over the poor, as their wealth and abundance had no road to come abroad by, but were shut up at home doing nothing, and in this way they became excellent artists in common, necessary things, bedsteads, chairs, and tables, and such like staple utensils in a family, were admirably well made there. Their cup, particularly, was very much in fashion, and eagerly bought up by soldiers, as Critios reports, for its color was such as to prevent water drunk upon necessity, and disagreeable to look at from being noticed, and the shape of it was such that the mud stuck to the sides, so that only the pure part came to the drinker's mouth. For this, also, they had to thank their lawgiver, who, by relieving the artisans of the trouble of making useless things, set them to show their skill in giving beauty to those of daily and indispensable use. The third and most masterly stroke of this great lawgiver, by which he struck a yet more effectual blow against luxury and the desire of riches, was the ordinance he made that they should all eat in common, of the same bread and same meat, and of kinds that were specified, and should not spend their lives at home, laid on costly couches at splendid tables, delivering themselves up into the hands of their tradesmen and cooks, to fatten them in corners, like greedy brutes, and to ruin not their minds only, but their very bodies, which, enfeebled by indulgence and excess, would stand in need of long sleep, warm bathing, freedom from work, and, in a word, of as much care and attendance as if they were continually sick. It was certainly an extraordinary thing to have brought about such a result as this, but a greater yet to have taken away from wealth, as Theophrastus observes, not merely the property of being coveted, but its very nature of being wealth. For the rich, being obliged to go to the same table with the poor, could not make use of or enjoy their abundance, nor so much as please their vanity by looking at or displaying it, so that the common proverb that Plutus, the god of riches, is blind, was nowhere in all the world literally verified, but in Sparta. There, indeed, he was not only blind, but like a picture, without either life or motion. Nor were they allowed to take food at home first, and then attend the public tables, for everyone had an eye upon those who did not eat and drink like the rest, and reproached them with being dainty and effeminate. This last ordinance in particular exasperated the wealthier men. They collected in a body against Lycurgus, and from ill words came to throwing stones, so that at length he was forced to run out of the marketplace and make to sanctuary to save his life. By good hop he outran all excepting one, Ocon, a young man otherwise not ill accomplished, but hasty and violent, who came up so close to him that, when he turned to see who was near him, he struck him upon the face with his stick and put out one of his eyes. Lycurgus, so far from being daunted and discouraged by this accident, stopped short and showed his disfigured face, an eye beat out to his countrymen. They, dismayed and ashamed at the sight, delivered Alcandar into his hands to be punished, and escorted him home with expressions of great concern for his ill usage. Lycurgus, having thanked them for their care of his person, dismissed them all, excepting only Alcandar, and, taking him with him into his house, neither did nor said anything severely to him, but, dismissing those whose place it was bad, Alcandor to wait upon him at table. The young man, who was of an ingenuous temper, without murmuring did as he was commanded, and, being thus admitted to live with Lick, he had an opportunity to observe in him, besides his gentleness and calmness of temper, an extraordinary sobriety, and an indefatigable industry, and so from an enemy became one of his most zealous admirers, and told his friends and relations that Lycurgus was not that morose and ill-natured man they had formerly taken him for, but the one mild and gentle character of the world, and thus did Lycurgus, for chastisement of his fault, make of a wild and passionate young man one of the discreetest citizens of Sparta. In memory of this accident, Lycurgus built a temple to Minerva, surnamed Optoletus, Optilus being the Doric of these parts for Optimus, some authors, however, of whom Dioscorides is one who wrote a treatise on the Commonwealth of Sparta, say that he was wounded indeed, but did not lose his eye with the blow, and that he built the temple in gratitude for the cure. Be this as it will, certain it is that after this, the Lacedaemonians made it a rule never to carry so much as a staff into their public assemblies, but to return to their public repasts. These had several names in Greek. The Cretans called them Andria, because the men only came to them. The Lacedaemonians called them Phoenicia, that is, by changing L into D, the same as Felicia. Love feasts, because by eating and drinking together, they had opportunity of making friends, or perhaps from Phaedo-parsimony, because they were so many schools of sobriety, or perhaps the first letter is an addition, and the word at first was edicia, from Edo de ite. They met by companies of 15, more or less, and each of them stood bound to bring in monthly a bushel of meal, 8 gallons of wine, 5 pounds of cheese, 2 pounds and a half of figs, and some very small sum of money to buy flesh or fish with. Besides this, when any of them made sacrifice to the gods, they always sent a dole to the common hall, and, likewise, when any of them had been a-hunting, he sent thither a part of the venison he had killed, for these 2 occasions were the only excuses allowed for supping at home. The custom of eating together was observed strictly for a great while afterwards, insomuch King Aegeus himself, after having vanquished the sent in for his commons at his return home, because he desired to eat privately with his queen, was refused them by the Polemarchs, which refusal when he resented so much as to omit next day the sacrifice due for a war happily ended, they made him pay a fine. They used to send their children to these tables as 2 schools of temperance. Here they were instructed in state affairs by listening to experienced statesmen. Here they learnt to converse with pleasantry, to make jests without scurrility, and take them without ill humor. In this point of good breeding, the Lacedaemonians excelled, particularly. But if any man were uneasy under it, upon the least hint given there was no more to be said to him. It was customary also for the eldest man in the company to say to each of them, as they came in, through this pointing to the door, "No words go out." When anyone had a desire to be admitted into any of these little societies, he was to go through the following probation. Each man in the company took a little ball of soft bread, which they were to throw into a deep basin, which a waiter carried round upon his head. Those that liked the person to be chosen dropped their ball into the basin without altering its figure, and those who disliked him pressed it between their fingers and made it flat. And this signified as much as a negative voice, and if there were but one of these pieces in the basin, the suitor was rejected. So desirous were they that all the members of the company should be agreeable to each other. The basin was called caducus, and the rejected candidate had a name thence derived. Their most famous dish was the black broth, which was so much valued that the elderly men fed only upon that, leaving what flesh there was to the younger. They say that a certain king of Pontus, having heard much of this black broth of theirs, sent for a Lacedaemonian cook on purpose to make him some, but had no sooner tasted it than he found it extremely bad, which the cook observing, told him, Sir, to make this broth relish, you should have bathed yourself first in the river Eurotas. After drinking moderately, every man went to his home without lights, for the use of them was, on all occasions, forbid, to the end that they might accustom themselves to march boldly in the dark. Such was the common fashion of their meals. Lycurgus would never reduce his laws into writing. Nay, there is a rhetra expressly to forbid it, for he thought that the most material points, and such as most directly tended to the public welfare, being imprinted on the hearts of their youth by a good discipline, would be sure to remain, and would find a stronger security than any compulsion would be in the principles of action formed in them by their best lawgiver, education, and as for things of lesser importance, as pecuniary contracts, and such like, the forms of which have to be changed as occasion requires. He thought it the best way to prescribe no positive rule or inviolable usage in such cases, willing that their manner and form should be altered according to the circumstances of time, and determinations of men of sound judgment. Every end and object of law and enactment, it was his design, education should effect. One, then, of the retas was, that their laws should not be written. Another is particularly leveled against luxury and expensiveness, for by it was ordained that the ceilings of their houses should only be wrought by the axe, and their gates and doors smoothed only by the saw. Epaminondas's famous dictum about his own table, that treason and a dinner like this do not keep company together, may be said to have been anticipated by luxury, and a house of this kind could not well be companions, for a man must have a less than ordinary share of sense that would furnish such plain and common rooms with silver-footed couches and purple coverlets and gold and silver plate. Doubtless he had good reason to think that they would proportion their beds to their houses, and their coverlets to their beds, and the rest of their goods and furniture to these. It is reported that King Leotychides, the first of that name, was so little used to the sight of any other kind of work that, being entertained at Corinth in a stately room, he was much surprised to see the timber and ceiling so finely carved and paneled, and asked his hosts whether the trees grew so in his country. A third ordinance or retra was that they should not make war often or long with the same enemy, lest that they should train and instruct them in war by habituating them to defend themselves. And this is what Agesilaus was much blamed for a long time after, it being thought that by his continual incursions into Boeotia, he made the Thebans a match for the Laced, and therefore Antalcidas, seeing him wounded one day, said to him that he was very well paid for taking such pains to make the Thebans good soldiers, whether they would or no. These laws were called the retras, to intimate that they were divine sanctions and revelations, in order to the good education of their youth, which, as I said before, he thought the most important and noblest work of a lawgiver. He went so far back as to take into consideration their very conception and birth, by regulating their marriages. For Aristotle is wrong in saying that, after he had tried always to reduce the women to more modesty and sobriety, he was at last forced to leave them as they were, because that, in the absence of their husband, who spent the best part of their lives in the wars, their wives, whom they were obliged to leave absolute mistresses at home, took great liberties and assumed the superiority, and were treated with overmuch respect, and called by the title of lady or queen. The truth is, he took in their case also all the care that was possible. He ordered the maidens to exercise themselves with wrestling, running, throwing the quoit, and casting the dart, to the end that the fruit they conceive might, in strong and healthy bodies, take firmer root and find better growth, and withal that they, with this greater vigor, might be the more able to undergo the pains of childbearing, and to the end he might take away their overgreat tenderness and fear of exposure to the air, and all a quiet womanishness see. He ordered that the young women should go naked in the processions, as well as the young men, and dance, too, in that condition, at certain solemn feasts, singing certain songs, whilst the young men stood around, seeing and hearing them. On these occasions, they now and then made by jest a befitting reflection upon those who had misbehaved themselves in the wars, and again sang encomiums upon those who had done any gallant action, and by these means inspired the younger sort with an emulation of their glory. Those that were thus commended went away proud, elated, and gratified with their honor among the maidens, and those who were rallied were as sensibly touched with it as if they had been formerly reprimanded, and so much the more, because the kings and the elders, as well as the rest of the city, saw and heard all that passed. Nor was there anything shameful in this nakedness of the young women. Modesty attended them, and all wantonness was excluded. It taught them simplicity and a care for good health, and gave them some taste of higher feelings, admitted as they thus were to the field of noble action and glory. Hence it was natural for them to think and speak as Gorgo, for example, the wife of Leonidas, is said to have done, when some foreign lady, as it would seem, told her that the women of Lacedaemon were the only women of the world who could rule men with good reason. She said, "For we are the only women who bring forth men. These public processions of the maidens, and their appearing naked in their exercises and dancings, were incitements to marriage, operating upon the young with the rigor and certainty, as Plato says, of love, if not of mathematics. But besides all this, to promote it yet more effectually, those who continued bachelors were in a degree disfranchised by law, for they were excluded from the sight of those public processions in which the young men and maidens danced naked, and, in winter-time, the officers compelled them to march naked themselves round the market-place, singing as they went a certain song to their own disgrace, that they justly suffered this punishment for disobeying the law. Moreover, they were denied that respect and observance which the younger men paid their elders, and no man, for example, found fault with what was said to Dercyllidas, though so eminent a commander, upon whose approach one day a young man, instead of rising, retained his seat, remarking, "No child of yours will make room for me." In their marriages, the husband carried off his bride by a sort of force, nor were their brides ever small and of tender years, but in their full bloom and ripeness. After this, she who superintended the wedding comes and clips the hair of the bride close round her head, dresses her up in man's clothes, and leaves her upon a mattress in the dark. Afterwards comes the bridegroom, in his everyday clothes, sober and composed, as having supped at the common table, and, entering privately into the room where the bride lies, unties her virgin zone, and takes her to himself. And, after staying some time together, he returns composedly to his own apartment, to sleep as usual with the other young men. And so he continues to do, spending his days, and, indeed, his nights with them, visiting his bride in fear and shame, and with circumspection, when he thought he should not be observed. She, also, on her part, using her wit to help and find favorable opportunities for their meeting, when company was out of the way. In this manner they lived a long time, insomuch that they sometimes had children by their wives before ever they saw their faces by daylight. Their interviews, being thus difficult and rare, served not only for continual exercise of theirs, but brought them together with their bodies healthy and vigorous, and their affections fresh and lively, unsated and undulled by easy access and long continuance with each other, while their partings were always early enough to leave behind, unextinguished in each of them some remainder, fire of longing and mutual delight. After guarding marriage with this modesty and reserve, he was equally careful to banish empty and womanish jealousy for this object, excluding all licentious disorder. He made it, nevertheless, honorable for men to give the use of their wives to those whom they should think fit, that so they might have children by them, ridiculing those in whose opinion such favors are so unfit for participation as to fight and shed blood and go to war about it. Lycurgus allowed a man who was advanced in years and had a young wife to recommend some virtuous and approved young man, that she might have a child by him, who might inherit the good qualities of the father and be a son to himself. On the other side, an honest man who had love for a married woman upon account of her modesty and the well-favoredness of her children, might, without formality, beg her company of a husband, that he might raise, as it were, from this plot of good ground, worthy and well-allied children for himself. And, indeed, Lycurgus was of a persuasion that children were not so much the property of their parents as of the whole commonwealth, and therefore would not have his citizens begot by the first comers, but by the best men that could be found. The laws of other nations seemed to him very absurd and inconsistent, where people would be so solicitous for their dogs and horses as to exert interest and pay money to procure fine breeding, and yet kept their wives shut up to be made mothers only by themselves, who might be foolish, infirm, or diseased, as if it were not apparent that children of a bad breed would prove their bad qualities first upon those who kept and were rearing them, and well-born children, in like manner, their good qualities. These regulations, founded on natural and social grounds, were certainly so far from that scandalous liberty which was afterwards charged upon their women, that they knew not what adultery meant. It is told, for instance, of Gerardus, a very ancient Spartan, being asked by a stranger what punishment their law had appointed for adultery, he answered, "There are no adulterers in our country." "But," replied the stranger, "suppose there were." "Then," answered he, "the offender would have to give the plaintiff a bull with a neck so long as that he might drink from the top of Tagetas." Havirada, surprised at this, said, "Why, 'tis impossible to find such a bull." Gerardus smilingly replied, 'Tis as possible as to find an adulterer in Sparta. So much I had to say of their marriages, nor was it in the power of the father to dispose of the child as he thought fit. He was obliged to carry it before certain triers at a place called These were some of the elders of the tribe to which the child belonged. Their business it was carefully to view the infant, and if they found it stout and well made, they gave order for its rearing, and allotted to it one of the 9,000 shares of land above mentioned for its maintenance. But if they found it puny and ill-shaped, ordered it to be taken to what was called the apothete, a sort of chasm as thinking it neither for the good of the child itself, nor for the public interest, that it should be brought up, if it did not, from the very outset, appear made to be healthy and vigorous. Upon the same account, the women did not bathe the newborn children with water, as is the custom in all other countries, but with wine to prove the temper and complexion of their bodies, from a notion they had that epileptic and weakly children faint and waste away upon their being thus bathed, while on the contrary, those of a strong and vigorous habit acquire firmness and get a temper by it, like steel. There was much care and art, too, used by the nurses. They had no swaddling bands. The children grew up free and unconstrained in limb and form, and not dainty and fanciful about their food, not afraid in the dark, or of being left alone, without any peevishness, or ill humor, or crying. Upon this account, Spartan nurses were often bought up or hired by people of other countries, and it is recorded that she who suckled Alcibiades was a Spartan who, however, if fortunate in his nurse, was not so in his preceptor. His guardian Pericles, as Plato tells us, chose a servant for that office called Zopierus, no better than any common slave. Lycurgus was of another mind. He would not have masters bought out of the market for his young Spartans, nor such as should sell their pains. Nor was it lawful, indeed, for the father himself to breed up the children after his own fancy. But as soon as they were 7 years old, they were to be enrolled in certain companies and classes, where they all lived under the same order and discipline, doing their exercises and taking their play together. Of these, he who showed the most conduct and courage was made captain. They had their eyes always upon him, obeyed his orders, and underwent patiently whatsoever punishment he inflicted, so that the whole course of their education was one continued exercise of a ready and perfect obedience. The old men, too, were spectators of their performances, and often raised quarrels and disputes among them, to have a good opportunity of finding out their different characters, and of seeing which would be valiant, which a coward, when they should come to more dangerous encounters. Reading and writing they gave them just enough to serve their turn. Their chief care was to make them good subjects, and to teach them to endure pain and conquer in battle. To this end, as they grew in years, their discipline was proportionably increased. Their heads were close-clipped. They were accustomed to go barefoot, and for the most part, to play naked. After they were 12 years old, they were no longer allowed to wear any undergarment. They had one coat to serve them a year. Their bodies were hard and dry, with but little acquaintance of baths and unguents. These human indulgences they were allowed only on some few particular days in the year. They lodged together in little bands, upon beds made of the rushes which grew by the banks of the river, which they were to break off with their hands without a knife. If it were winter, they mingled some thistledown with their rushes, which it was thought had the property of giving warmth. By the time they were come to this age, there was not any of the more hopeful boys who had not a lover to bear him company. The old men, too, had an eye upon them, coming often to the grounds to hear and see them contend either in wit or strength with one another, and this as seriously and with as much concern as if they were their fathers, their tutors, or their magistrates, so that there scarcely was any time or place without someone present to put them in mind of their duty, and punish them if they had neglected it. Besides all this, there was always one of the best and honestest men in the city appointed to undertake the charge and governance of them. He again arranged them into their several bands, and set over each of them for their captain the most temperate and boldest of those they called irons, who were usually 20 years old, 2 years out of the boys. And the eldest of the boys again were Meliorans, as much as to say, who would shortly be men. This young man, therefore, was their captain when they fought, and their master at home, using them for the offices of his house, sending the oldest of them to fetch wood, and the weaker and less able to gather salads and herbs. And these they must either go without or steal, which they did by creeping into the gardens or conveying themselves cunningly and closely into the. If they were taken in the fact, they were whipped without mercy for thieving so ill and awkwardly. They stole, too, all other meat they could lay their hands on, looking out and watching all opportunities. When people were asleep or more careless than usual, if they were caught, they were not only punished with whipping, but hunger too, being reduced to their ordinary allowance, which was but very slender, and so contrived on purpose that they might set about to help themselves, and be forced to exercise their energy and address. This was the principal design of their hard fare. There was another note inconsiderable, that they might grow taller, for the vital spirits, not being overburdened and oppressed by too great a quantity of nourishment, which necessarily discharges itself into thickness and breadth, do by their natural lightness rise, and the body, giving and yielding because it is pliant, grows in height. The same thing seems also to conduce to beauty of shape. A dry and lean habit is a better subject for nature's configuration, which the gross and overfed are too heavy to submit to properly. Just as we find that women who take physic whilst they are with child bear leaner and smaller but better shaped and prettier children, the material they come of having been more pliable and easily molded. The reason, however, I leave others to determine that. To return from whence we have digressed. So seriously did the Lacedaemonian children go about their stealing, that a youth, having stolen a young fox and hid it under his coat, suffered it to tear out his very bowels with its teeth and claws, and died upon the place, rather than let it be seen. What is practiced to this very day in Lacedaemon is enough to gain credit to this story, for I myself have seen several of the youths endure whipping to death at the foot of the altar of Diana surnamed Orthia. The Erin, or undermaster, used to stay a little with them after supper, and one of them he bade to sing a song. To another he put a question which required an advised and deliberate answer. For example, who was the best man in the city? What he thought of such an action on? They used them thus early to pass a right judgment upon persons and things, and to inform themselves of the abilities or defects of their countrymen. If they had not an answer ready to the question who was a good or who an ill-reputed citizen, they were looked upon as of a dull and careless disposition, and to have little or no sense of virtue and honor. Besides this, they were to give a good reason for what they said, and in as few words and as comprehensive as might be. He that failed of this, or answered not to the purpose, had his thumb bit by his master. Sometimes the Erin did this in the presence of the old men and magistrates, that they might see whether he punished them justly and in due measure or not. And when he did amiss, they would not reprove him before the boys, but when they were gone, he was called to an account and underwent correction. If he had run far into either of the extremes of indulgence or severity, their lovers and favorers, too, had a share in the young boy's honor or disgrace. And there goes a story that one of them was fined by the magistrate because the lad whom he loved cried out effeminately as he was fighting. And though this sort of love was so approved among them, that the most virtuous matrons would make professions of it to young girls. Yet rivalry did not exist, and if several men's fancies met in one person, it was rather the beginning of an intimate friendship, whilst they all jointly conspired to render the object of their affection as accomplished as possible. They taught them also to speak with a natural and graceful rate, and to comprehend much matter of thought in few words. The LYCURGUS, who ordered, as we saw, that a great piece of money should be but of an inconsiderable value, on the contrary, would allow no discourse to be current, which did not contain in few words a great deal of useful and curious sense. Children in Sparta, by a habit of long silence, came to give just and sententious answers, for, indeed, as loose and incontinent livers are seldom fathers of many children, so loose and incontinent talkers seldom originate many sensible words. King Aegeus, when some Athenian laughed at their short swords, and said that the jugglers on the stage swallowed them with ease, answered him, "We find them long enough to reach our enemies with, and as their swords were short and sharp, so, it seems to me, were their sayings. They reach the point and arrest the attention of the hearers better than any." Lycurgus himself seems to have been short and sententious, if we may trust the anecdotes of him, as appears by his answer to one who by all means would set up democracy in Las. "Begin, friend," said he, "and set it up in your family." Another asked him why he allowed of such mean and trivial sacrifices to the gods. He replied, that we may always have something to offer to them. Being asked what sort of martial exercises or combats he approved of, he answered, "All sorts, except that in which you stretch out your hands." Similar answers, addressed to his countrymen by letter, are ascribed to him, as being consulted how they might best oppose an invasion of their enemies. He returned this answer by continuing poor, and not coveting each man to be greater than his fellow. Being consulted again whether it were requisite to enclose the city with a wall, he sent them word, "This city is well fortified, which hath a wall of men instead of brick. But whether these letters are counterfeit or not is not easy to determine." Of their disliked talkativeness, the following apothegms are evident. King Leonidas said to one who held him in discourse upon some useful matter, but not in due time and place. "Much to the purpose, sir, elsewhere." King Cherilaus, the nephew of Lycurgus, being asked why his uncle had made so few laws, answered, "Men a few words require but few laws," when one blamed Hecataeus, the sophist, because being invited to the public table, he had not spoken one word all supper time. Archidamus answered in his vindication, "He who knows how to speak knows also when." The sharp and yet not ungraceful retorts which I mentioned may be instanced as follows. Demoritus, being asked in a troublesome manner by an importunate fellow who was the best man in Lacedaemon, answered at last, He, Sir, that is the least like you. Some in company where Aegis was, much extolled the Hellenes for their just and honorable management of the Olympic Thames. Indeed, said Agis, they are highly to be commended if they can do justice one day in 5 years. The Apompas answered a stranger who talked much of his affection to the Lacedaemonians, and said that his countrymen called him Phalalicon, a lover of the Lacedaemonians, that it had been more for his honor if they had called him Philopelites, a lover of his own countrymen, and Plistonax, the son of Poseidon. When an orator of Athens said the Lacedaemonians had no learning, told him, You say true, sir. We alone of all the Greeks have learned none of your bad qualities. One asked Archidamedes what number there might be of the Spartans. He answered, Enough, sir, to keep out wicked men. We may see their character, too, in their very jests. For they did not throw them out at random, but the very wit of them was grounded upon something or other worth thinking about. For instance, one being asked to go hear a man who exactly counterfeited the voice of a nightingale, answered, Sir, I have heard the nightingale itself. Another, having read the following inscription upon a tomb, seeking to quench a cruel tyranny, they, at Selinus, did in battle die, said, It served them right, for instead of trying to quench the tyranny, they should have let it burn out. A lad, being offered some gamecocks that would die upon the spot, said that he cared not for cocks that would die, but for such that would live and kill others. Another, seeing people easing themselves on seats, said, God forbid I should sit where I could not get up to salute my elders. In short, their answers were so sententious and pertinent that one said, Well, that intellectual much more truly than athletic exercise was the Spartan characteristic. Nor was their instruction in music and verse less carefully attended to than their habits of grace and good breeding in conversation. And their very songs had the life and spirit in them that inflamed and possessed men's minds with an enthusiasm and ardor for action. The style of them was plain and without affectation, the subject always serious and moral. Most usually, it was in praise of such men as had died in defense of their country, or in derision of those that had been cowards. The former they declared happy and glorified. The life of the latter they described as most miserable and abject. There were also vaunts of what they would do, and boasts of what they had done, varying with the various ages, as, for example, they had 3 choirs in their solemn festivals, the first of the old men, the second of the young men, and the last of the children. The old men began thus, We once were young, and brave, and strong. The young men answered them, singing, And we're so now. Come on and try. The children came last and said, but will be strongest by and by. Indeed, if we will take the pains to consider their compositions, some of which were still extant in our days, and the airs on the flute to which they marched when going to battle, we shall find that Terpenda and Pinda had reason to say that music and valor were allied. The first says of Lacedaemon the spear and song in her doomy, and justice walks about her street, and Pindar counsels of wise elders here, and the young men's conquering spear, and dance, and song, and joy appear, both describing the Spartans as no less musical than warlike, in the words of one of their own poets, where the eye am stern and sharp comes the playing on the harp. For, indeed, before they engaged in battle, the king first did sacrifice to the Muses, in all likelihood to put them in mind of the manner of their education, and of the judgment that would be passed upon their actions, and thereby to animate them to the performance of exploits that should deserve a record. At such times, too, the Lacedaemonians abated a little the severity of their manners in favor of their young men, suffering them to curl and adorn their hair, and to have costly arms and fine clothes, and were well pleased to see them, like proud horses, neighing and pressing to the course. And therefore, as soon as they came to be well, they took a great deal of care of their hair, to have it parted and trimmed, especially against a day of battle, pursuant to a saying recorded of their lawgiver, that a large head of hair added beauty to a good face, and terror to an ugly one. When they were in the field, their exercises were generally more moderate, their fare not so hard, nor so strict a hand held over them by their officers, so that they were the only people in the world to whom war gave repose. When their army was drawn up in battle array and the enemy near, the king sacrificed a goat, commanded the soldiers to set their garlands upon their heads, and the pipers to play the tune of the hymn de Castor, and himself began the paean of advance. It was at once a magnificent and a terrible sight to see them march on to the tune of their flutes, without any disorder in their ranks, any discomposure in their minds, or change in their countenance, calmly and cheerfully moving with the music to the deadly fight. Men in this temper were not likely to be possessed with fear or any transport of fury, but with the deliberate valor of hope and assurance, as if some divinity were attending and conducting them. The king had always about his person someone who had been crowned in the Olympic games, and upon this account a Lacedaemonian is said to have refused a considerable present which was offered to him upon condition that he would not come into the lists. And when he had with much to do thrown his antagonist, some of the spectators saying to him, "And now, Sir Lacedaemonian, what are you the better for your victory?" He answered smiling, "I shall fight next the king." After they had routed an enemy, They pursued him till they were well assured of the victory, and then they sounded a retreat, thinking it base and unworthy of a Grecian people to cut men in pieces who had given up and abandoned all resistance. This manner of dealing with their enemies did not only show magnanimity, but was politic too, for, knowing that they killed only those who made resistance, and gave quarter to Men generally thought it their best way to consult their safety by flight. Hippias the sophist says that Lycurgus himself was a great soldier and an experienced commander. Philostephanus attributes to him the first division of the cavalry into troops of 50s in a square body, but Demetrius the Phalerian says quite the contrary, and that he made all his laws in a continued peace, and, indeed, the Olympic holy truce, or cessation of arms, that was procured by his means and management, inclines me to think him a kind-natured man, and one that loved quietness and peace. Notwithstanding all this, Hermippus tells us that he had no hand in the ordinance, that, if it is mated, and Lycurgus came only as a spectator, and that by mere accident too. Being there, he heard, as it were, a man's voice behind him, blaming and wondering at him that he did not encourage his countrymen to resort to the assembly, and, turning about and seeing no man, concluded that it was a voice from heaven, and upon this immediately went to Iphitus, and assisted him in ordering the ceremonies of that feast, which, by his means, were better established, and with more repute than before. To return to the Laicid, their discipline continued still after they were full-grown men. No one was allowed to live after his own fancy, but the city was a sort of camp, in which every man had his share of provisions and business set out, and looked upon himself not so much born to serve his own ends as the interest of his country. Therefore, if they were commanded nothing else, they went to see the boys perform their exercises, to teach them something useful, or to learn it themselves of those who knew better. And indeed, one of the greatest and highest blessings Lycurgus procured his people was the abundance of leisure, which proceeded from his forbidding to them the exercise of any mean and mechanical trade, of the money-making that depends on troublesome going about and seeing people and doing business. They had no need at all in a state where wealth obtained no honor or respect. The Helots tilled their ground for them, and paid them yearly in kind the appointed quantity, without any trouble of theirs. To this purpose there goes a story of a Lacedaemonian who, happening to be at Athens when the courts were sitting, was told of a citizen that had been fined for living an idle life and was being escorted home in much distress of mind by his condoling friends. The Lacedaemonian was much surprised at it, and desired his friend to show him the man who was condemned for living like a freeman. So much beneath them did they esteem the frivolous devotion of time and attention to the mechanical arts and to money. It need not be said that, upon the prohibition of gold and silver, all lawsuits immediately ceased, for there was now neither avarice nor poverty amongst them, but equality, where everyone's wants were supplied, and independence, because those wants were so small. All their time, except when they were in the field, was taken up by the choral dances and the festivals, in hunting, and in attendance on the exercised grounds and the places of public conversation. Those who were under 30 years of age were not allowed to go into the marketplace, but had the necessaries of their family supplied by the care of their relations and lovers. Nor was it for the credit of elderly men to be seen too often in the marketplace. It was esteemed more suitable for them to frequent the exercise grounds and places of conversation, where they spent their leisure rationally in conversation, not on money-making and market prices, but for the most part in passing judgment on some action worth considering, extolling the good, and censuring those who were otherwise, and that in a light and sportive manner, conveying, without too much gravity, lessons of advice and improvement. No AWIS. LYCURGUS him. Self-anduriosta. It was he who dedicated, says Eusebius, the little statue of laughter. Mirth, introduced seasonably at their suppers and places of common entertainment, was to serve as a sort of sweetmeat to accompany their strict and hard life. To conclude, he bred up his citizens in such a way that they neither would nor could live by themselves. They were to make themselves one with the public good, and clustering like bees around their commander, be by their zeal and public spirit carried all but out of themselves, and devoted wholly to their country. What their sentiments were will better appear by a few of their sayings. Peteritus, not being admitted into the list of the 300, returned home with a joyful face, well pleased to find that there were in Sparta 300 better men than himself, and Polycratidas being sent with some others ambassador to the lieutenants of the king of Persia, being asked by them whether they came in a private or in a public character, answered, "In a public, if we succeed. If not, in a private character." Argilenes, asking some who came from Amphipolis if her son Brasidas died courageously, and on their beginning to praise him to a high degree, and saying there was not such another left in Sparta, answered, "Do not say so. Brasidas was a good and brave man, but there are in Sparta many better than he." The Senate, as I said before, consisted of those who were Lycurgus's chief aiders and assistants in his plans. The vacancies he ordered to be supplied out of the best and most deserving men past 60 years old, and we need not wonder if there was much striving for it. But what more glorious competition could there be amongst men than one in which it was not contested who was swiftest among the swifter, strongest of the strong, but who of many wise and good was wisest, and best, and fittest to be entrusted for ever after, as the reward of his merits, with the supreme authority of the Commonwealth, and with power over the life's franchises and highest interests of all his countrymen. The manner of their election was as follows. The people being called together, some selected persons were locked up in a room near the place of election, so contrived that they could neither see nor be seen, but could only hear the noise of the assembly without, for they decided this, as most other affairs of moment, by the shouts of the people. This done, the competitors were not brought in and presented all together, but one after another by lot, and passed in order through the assembly without speaking a word. Those who were locked up had writing tables with them, in which they recorded and marked each shout by its loudness, without knowing in favor of which candidate each of them was made, but merely that they came first, second, third, and so forth. He who was found to have the most and loudest acclamations was declared senator duly elected. Upon this he had a garland set upon his head, and went in procession to all the temples to give thanks to the gods. A great number of young men followed him with applauses, and women also singing verses in his honor, and extolling the virtue and happiness of his life. As he went round the city in this manner, each of his relations and friends set a table before him, saying, "The city honors you with this banquet." But he, instead of accepting, passed round to the common table where he formerly used to eat, and was served as before, excepting that now he had a second allowance, which he took and put by. By the time supper was ended, the women who were of kin to him had come about the door, and he, beckoning to her whom he most esteemed, presented to her the portion he had saved, saying that it had been a mark of esteem to him, and was so now to her. Upon which she was triumphantly waited upon home by the women. Touching burials, Lycurgus made very wise regulations. For first of all, to cut of all superstition, he allowed them to bury their dead within the city, and even round about their temples, to the end that their youth might be accustomed to such spectacles, and not be afraid to see a dead body. or imagine that to touch a corpse or to tread upon a grave would defile a man. In the next place, he commanded them to put nothing into the ground with them, except, if they pleased, a few olive leaves and the scarlet cloth that they were wrapped in. He would not suffer the names to be inscribed, except only of men who fell in the wars, or women who died in a sacred office. The time, too, appointed for mourning, was very short, 11 days. On the 12th, they were to do sacrifice to Ceres, and leave it off, so that we may see that as he cut off all superfluity, so in things necessary there was nothing so small and trivial which did not express some homage of virtue or scorn of vice. He filled Lacedaemon all through with proofs and examples of good conduct, with the constant sight of which, from their youth up, the people would hardly fail to be gradually formed and advanced in virtue. And this was the reason why he forbade them to travel abroad and go about acquainting themselves with foreign rules of morality, the habits of ill-educated people, and different views of government. Withal he banished from Lacedaemon all strangers who could not give a very good reason for their coming thither, not because he was afraid lest they should inform themselves of and imitate his manner of government, as Thucydides says, or learn anything to their good, but rather lest they should introduce something contrary to good manners. With strange people, strange words must be admitted. These novelties produce novelties in thought, and on these follow views and feelings whose discordant character destroys the harmony of the state. He was as careful to save his city from the infection of foreign bad habits as men usually are to prevent the introduction of a pestilence. Hitherto I, for my part, see no sign of injustice or want of equity in the laws of though some who admit them to be well contrived to make good soldiers pronounce them defective in point of justice. The Cryptia, perhaps if it were one of Lycurgus's ordinances, as Aristotle says it was, gave both him and Plato to this opinion alike of the lawgiver and his government. By this ordinance, the magistrates dispatched privately some of the ablest of the young men into the country, from time to time, armed only with their daggers, and taking a little necessary provision with them. In the daytime, they hid themselves in out-of-the-way places, and there lay close, but in the night issued out into the highways, and killed all the helots they could light upon. Sometimes they set upon them by day, as they were at work in the fields, and murdered them, as also Thucydides, in his history of the Peloponnesian War, tells us that a good number of them, after being singled out for their bravery by the Spartans, garlanded as enfranchised persons, and led about to all the temples in token of honors, shortly after disappeared all of a sudden, being about the number of 2,000, and no man either then or since could give an account how they came by their death, and Aristotle, in particular, adds that the Aphori, so soon as they were entered into their office, used to declare war against them, that they might be massacred without a breach of religion. It is confessed on all hands that the Spartans dealt with them very hardly, for it was a common thing to force them to drink to excess, and to lead them in that condition into their public halls, that the children might see what a sight a drunken man is. They made them to dance low dances and sing ridiculous songs, forbidding them expressly to meddle with any of a better kind. And accordingly, when the Thebans made their invasion into Lycurgus and took a great number of the Helots, they could by no means persuade them to sing the verses of Alcman or Spenden, for, said they, the masters do not like it, so that it was truly observed by one, that in Sparta he who was free was most so, and he that was a slave there, the greatest slave in the world. For my part, I am of opinion that these outrages and cruelties began to be exercised in Sparta at a later time, especially after the great earthquake, when the Helots made a general insurrection, and, joining with the Messenians, laid the country waste, and brought the greatest danger upon the city. For I cannot persuade myself to ascribe to Lycurgus so wicked and barbarous a course, judging of him from the gentleness of his disposition and justice upon all other occasions, to which the oracle also testified. When he perceived that his more important institutions had taken root in the minds of his countrymen, that custom had rendered them familiar and easy, that his commonwealth was now grown up and able to go alone, then, as Plato somewhere tells us, the maker of the world, when first he saw it existing and beginning its motion, felt joy. Even so, Lycurgus, viewing with joy and satisfaction the greatness and beauty of his political structure, now fairly at work and in motion, conceived the thought to make it immortal too, and, as far as human forecasts could reach, to deliver it down unchangeable to posterity. He called an extraordinary assembly of all the people, and told them that he now thought everything reasonably well established, both for the happiness and the virtue of the state, but that there was one thing still behind, of the greatest importance, which he thought not fit to impart until he had consulted the oracle. In the meantime, his desire was that they would observe the laws without any the least alteration until his return, and then he would do as the god should direct him. They all consented readily, and bade him hasten his journey, but before he departed, he administered an oath to the two kings, the Senate, and the whole Commons, to abide by and maintain the established form of polity until Lycurgus should become back. This done, he set out for Delphi, and, having sacrificed to Apollo, asked him whether the laws he had established were good and sufficient for a people's happiness and virtue. The oracle answered that the laws were excellent, and that the people while it observed them, should live in the height of renown. Lycurgus took the oracle in writing and sent it over to Sparta, and, having sacrificed the second time to Apollo and taken leave of his friends and his son, he resolved that the Spartans should not be released from the oath they had taken, and that he would, of his own act, close his life where he was. He was now about that age in which life was still tolerable, and yet might be quitted without regret. Everything, moreover, about him was in a sufficiently prosperous condition. He, therefore, made an end of himself by a total abstinence from food, thinking it a statesman's duty to make his very death, if possible, an act of service to the state, and even in the end of his life to give some example of virtue and effect some useful purpose. He would, on the one hand, crown and consummate his own happiness by a death suitable to so honorable a life, and, on the other, would secure to his countrymen the enjoyment of the advantages he had spent his life in obtaining for them, since they had solemnly sworn the maintenance of his institutions until his return. Nor was he deceived in his expectations, for the city of Lacedaemon continued the chief city of all Greece for the space of 500 years, in strict observance of Lycurgus's laws, in all which time there was no manner of alteration made during the reign of 14 kings, down to the time of Aegeus, the son of Archidamus, for the new creation of the Ephori, though thought to be in favor of the people, was so far from diminishing that it very much heightened the aristocratical character of the government. In the time of Aegeus, gold and silver first flowed into Sparta, and with them all those mischiefs which attend the immoderate desire of riches. Lysander promoted this disorder, for, by bringing in rich spoils from the wars, although himself incorrupt, he yet by this means filled his country with avarice and luxury, and subverted the laws and ordinances of so long as which were in force. The aspect presented by Sparta was rather that of a rule of life followed by one wise and temperate man than of the political government of a nation. And as the poets feign of Hercules that, with his lion's skin and his club, he went over the world, punishing lawless and cruel tyrants, so may it be said of the Lacedaemonians that, with a common staff and a coarse coat, they gained the willing and joyful obedience of Greece, through whose whole extent they suppressed unjust usurpations and despotisms, arbitrated in war, and composed civil and this often without so much as taking down one buckler, but barely by sending some one single deputy, to whose direction all at once submitted, like bees swarming and taking their places around their prince. Such a fund of order and equity, enough and to spare for others, existed in their state, and therefore I cannot but wonder at those who say that the Spartans were good subjects, but bad governors. And for proof of it, allege a saying of King Theopom, when one said that Sparta held up so long because their kings could command so well, replied Nay, rather because the people know so well how to obey, for people do not obey unless rulers know how to command. Obedience is a lesson taught by commanders. A true leader himself creates the obedience of his own followers, as it is the last attainment in the art of riding to make a horse gentle and tractable, so is it of the science of government to inspire men with a willingness to obey. The Lacedaemonians inspired men not with a mere willingness, but with an absolute desire to be their subjects, for they did not send petitions to them for ships or money, or a supply of armed men, but only for a Spartan commander, and, having obtained one, used him with honor and reverence. So the Sicilians behaved to Gellippus, the Chalcidians to Brasidas, and all the Greeks in Asia to Lysander, Callicratidas, and they styled them the composers and chasteners of each people or prince they were sent to, and had their eyes always fixed upon the city of Sparta itself, as the perfect model of good manners and wise government. The rest seemed as scholars, they the masters of Greece, and to this Stratonicus pleasantly alluded, when in jest he pretended to make a law that the Athenians should conduct religious processions and the mysteries, the Hellens should preside at the Olympic Games. And if either did amiss, the Lacedaemonians be beaten. Antisthenes. 2. One of the scholars of Socrates said in earnest of the Thebans, when they were elated by their victory at Leuctra, that they looked like schoolboys who had beaten their master. However, it was not the design of Lycurgus that his city should govern a great many others. He thought rather that the happiness of a state, as of a private man, consisted chiefly in the exercise of virtue, and in the concord of the inhabitants. His aim, therefore, in all his arrangements, was to make and keep them free-minded, self-dependent, and temperate, and therefore all those who have written well on politics, as Plato, Diogenes, and Zeno, have taken Lycurgus for their model, leaving behind them, however, mere projects and words, whereas Lycurgus was the author, not in writing but in reality, of a government which none else could so much as copy. And while men in general have treated the individual philosophic character as unattainable, he, by the example of a complete philosophic state, raised himself high above all other lawgivers of Greece. And so Aristotle says they did him less honor at Lacedaemon after his death than he deserved, although he has a temple there. And they offer sacrifices yearly to him as to a god doth. It is reported that when his bones were brought home to Sparta, his tomb was struck with lightning, an accident which befell no eminent person but himself, and Euripides, who was buried at Aruthousa in Macedonia, and it may serve that poet's admirers as a testimony in his favor that he had in this the same fate with that holy man and favorite of the gods. Some say Lycurgus died in Syrah. Polyphemus says, after he had come to Elis, Timaeus, and Aristoxenus, that he ended his life in Crete. Aristoxenus adds that his tomb is shown by the Cretans in the district of Pergames, near the Strangers' Road. He left an only son, Anthiorus, on whose death without issue his family became extinct, but his relations and friends kept up an annual commemoration of him down to a long time after, and the days of the meeting were called LYCURGUS. Aristocrates, the son of Hipparchus, says that he died in Crete and that his Cretan friends, in accordance with his own request, when they had burned his body, scattered the ashes into the sea, for fear lest, if his relics should be transported to the people might pretend to be released from their oaths and make innovations in the government. Thus much may suffice for the life and actions of Lycurgus. NUMA Pompa Mmelius. Though the pedigrees of noble families of Rome go back in exact form as far as NUMA Pompa, yet there is great diversity amongst historians concerning the time in which he reigned. A certain writer called Clodius, in a book of his entitled Strictures on Chronology, avers that the ancient registers of Rome were lost when the city was sacked by the Gauls, and that those which are now extant were counterfeited to flatter and serve the humor of some men who wished to have themselves derived from some ancient and noble lineage, though in reality with no claim to it. And though it be commonly reported that NUMA was a scholar and a familiar acquaintance of Pythagoras, yet it is again contradicted by others who affirm that he was acquainted with neither the Greek language nor learning, and that he was a person of that natural talent and ability as of himself to attain to virtue, or else that he found some barbarian instructor superior to Pythagoras. Some affirm also that Pythagoras was not contemporary with NUMA, but lived at least 5 generations after him, and that some other Pyth, a native of Sparta, who, in the 16th Olympiad, in the 3rd year of which NUMA became king, won a prize at the Olympic race, might, in his travel through Italy, have gained acquaintance with NUMA and assisted him in the constitution of his kingdom, whence it comes that many Laconian laws and customs appear amongst the Roman institutions. Yet, in any case, NUMA was descended of the Sabines, who declare themselves to be a colony of the Lacedaemonians, and chronology, in general, is uncertain, especially when fixed by the lists of victors in the Olympic Games, which were published at a late period by Hippias the Ellen, and rest on no positive authority, commencing, however, at a convenient point. We will proceed to give the most noticeable events that are recorded of the life of NUMA. was the 37th year, counted from the foundation of Rome, when Romulus, then reigning, did on the 5th day of the month of July, called the Capretine Nones, offer a public sacrifice at the Goat's Marsh, in presence of the Senate and people of Rome. Suddenly the sky was darkened. A thick cloud of storm and rain settled on the earth. The common people fled in affright and were dispersed, and in this whirlwind Romulus disappeared, his body being never found either living or dead. A foul suspicion presently attached to the patricians, and rumors were current among the people as if that they, weary of kingly government, and exasperated of late by the imperious deportment of Romulus towards them, had plotted against his life and made him away, that so they might assume the authority and government into their own hands. This suspicion they sought to turn aside by decreeing divine honors to Romulus as to one not dead but translated to a higher condition. And Proculus, a man of note, took oath that he saw Romulus caught up into heaven in his arms and vest, and heard him, as he ascended, cry out that they should hereafter style him by the name of Q. U-I-I-I-N-U-S. Trouble, being appeased, was followed by another about the election of a new king, for the minds of the original Romans and the new inhabitants were not as yet grown into that perfect unity of temper, but that there were diversities of factions amongst the commonalty, and jealousies and emulations amongst the senators. For though all agreed that it was necessary to have a king, yet what person or of which nation was matter of dispute. For those who had been builders of the city with Romulus, and had already yielded a share of their lands and dwellings to the Sabines, were indignant at any pretension on their part to rule over their benefactors. On the other side, the Sabines could plausibly allege that, at their King Titius's decease, they had peaceably submitted to the sole command of Romulus. So now their turn was come to have a king chosen out of their own nation. Nor did they esteem themselves to have combined with the Romans as inferiors, nor to have contributed less than they to the increase of Rome, which, without their numbers and association, could scarcely have merited the name of a city. Thus did both parties argue and dispute their cause. But lest meanwhile discord, in the absence of all command, should occasion general confusion, it was agreed that the 150 senators should interchangeably execute the office of supreme magistrate, and each in succession, with the ensigns of royalty, should offer the solemn sacrifices and dispatch public business for the space of 6 hours by day and 6 by night, which vicissitude and equal distribution of power would preclude all rivalry amongst the senators, and envy from the people, when they should behold one elevated to the degree of a king, leveled within the space of a day to the condition of a private citizen. This form of government is termed by the Romans nor yet could they, by this plausible and modest way of rule, escape suspicion and clamor of the vulgar, as though they were changing the form of government to an oligarchy, and designing to keep the supreme power in a sort of wardship under themselves, without ever proceeding to choose a king. Both parties came at length to the conclusion that the one should choose a king out of the body of the other. The Romans make choice of a Sabine, or the Sabine's name. A Roman. This was esteemed the best expedient to put an end to all party spirit, and the prince who should be chosen would have an equal affection to the one party as his electors and to the other as his kinsmen. The Sabines remitted the choice to the original Romans, and they, too, on their part, were more inclinable to receive a Sabine king elected by themselves than to see a Roman exalted by the Sabines. Consultations being accordingly held, they named Numa Pompilius, of the Sabine race, a person of that high reputation for excellence, that, though he were not actually residing at Rome, yet he was no sooner nominated than accepted by the Sabine, with acclamation almost greater than that of the electors themselves, the choice being declared and made known to the people. Principal men of both parties were appointed to visit and entreat him that he would accept the administration of the government. Numa resided at a famous city of the Sabines called Q, whence the Romans and Sabines gave themselves the joint name of Quirites. Pomponius, an illustrious person, was his father, and he the youngest of his 4 sons, being as it had been divinely ordered born on the 21st day of April, the day of the foundation of Rome. He was endued with a soul rarely tempered by nature, and disposed to virtue, which he had yet more subdued by discipline, a severe life, and the study of philosophy, means which had not only succeeded in expelling the baser passions, but also the violent and rapacious temper which barbarians are apt to think highly of. True bravery, in his judgment, was regarded as consisting in the subjugation of our passions by reason. He banished all luxury and softness from his own home, and, while citizens alike and strangers found in him an incorruptible judge and counselor, in private he devoted himself not to amusement or lucre, but to the worship of the immortal gods, and the rational contemplation of their divine power and nature. So famous was he, that Tatius, the colleague of Romulus, chose him for his son-in-law, and gave him his only daughter, which, however, did not stimulate his vanity to desire to dwell with his father-in-law at Rome. He rather chose to inhabit with his Sabines, and cherish his own father in his old age, and Tatia also preferred the private condition of her husband before the honors and splendor she might have enjoyed with her father. She is said to have died after she had been married 13 years, and then Numa, leaving the conversation of the town, betook himself to a country life, and in a solitary manner frequented the groves and fields consecrated to the gods, passing his life in desert places. And this in particular gave occasion to the story about the goddess, namely that NUMA did not retire from human society out of any melancholy or disorder of mind, but because he had tasted the joys of more elevated intercourse, and admitted to celestial wedlock in the love and converse of the goddess Egeria, had attained to blessedness and to a divine wisdom. The story evidently resembles those very ancient fables which the Phrygians have received and still recount of Athea, the Bithynians of Herodotus, the Arcadians of Endymion, not to mention several others who were thought blessed and beloved of the gods. Nor does it seem strange if God, a lover not of horses or birds, but men, should not disdain to dwell with the virtuous and converse with the wise and temperate soul, though it be altogether hard, indeed, to believe that any god or demon is capable of a sensual or bodily love and passion for any human form or beauty, though, indeed, the wise Egyptians do not unplausibly make the distinction, that it may be possible for a divine spirit so to apply itself to the nature of a woman, as to imbreed in her the first beginnings of generation, while on the other side they concluded impossible for the male kind to have any intercourse or mixture by the body with any divinity, not considering, however, that what takes place on the one side must also take place on the other. Intermixture, by force of terms, is reciprocal. Not that it is otherwise than befitting to suppose that the gods feel towards men affection and love, in the sense of affection, and in the form of care and solicitude for their virtue and their good dispositions. And therefore, it was no error of those who feigned that Phobos, Hyacinthus, and Admetus were beloved by Apollo, or that Hippolytus the Sicyonian was so much in his favor that, as often as he sailed from Sicyon to Syra, the Pythian prophetess uttered this heroic verse, expressive of the gods' attention and joy. Now doth Hippolytus return again, and venture his dear life upon the main, that it is reported also that Pan became enamored of Pindar, for his verses, and the divine power rendered honor to Hesiod and Archilochus after their death for the sake of the Muses. There is a statement also that Aesculapius sojourned with Sophocles in his lifetime, of which many proofs still exist, and that, when he was dead, another deity took care for his funeral rites. And so, if any credit may be given to these instances, why should we judge it incongruous that a like spirit of the gods should visit Minos, Zoroaster, Lycurgus, and Numa, the controllers of kingdoms, and the legislators for commonwealths. Nay, it may be reasonable to believe that the gods, with a serious purpose, assisted the councils and serious debates of such men to inspire and direct them, and visit poets and musicians, if at all, in their more sportive moods. But, for difference of opinion here, as Bakilad said, the road is broad, for there is no absurdity in the account also given that Lycurgus and NUMA and other famous lawgivers, having the task of subduing perverse and refractory multitudes, and of introducing great innovations, themselves made this pretension to divine authority, which, if not true, assuredly was expedient for the interests of those it imposed upon. Numa was about 40 years of age when the ambassadors came to make him offers of the kingdom. The speakers were Proculus and Velocis, one or other of whom it had been thought the people would elect as their new king, the original Romans being for Proculus and the Sabines for Velocis. Their speech was very short, supposing that, when they came to tender a kingdom, there needed little to persuade to an acceptance. But, contrary to their expectation, they found that they had to use many reasons and entreaties to induce one that lived in peace and quietness to accept the government of a city whose foundation and increase had been made in a manner in war. In presence of his father and his kinsman Marsyas, he returned to answer that every alteration of a man's life is dangerous to him, but madness only could induce one who needs nothing and is satisfied with everything to quit a life he is accustomed to, which, whatever else it is deficient in, at any rate has the advantage of certainty over one wholly doubtful and unknown, though, indeed, the difficulties of this government cannot even be called unknown. Romulus, who first held it, did not escape the suspicion of having plotted against the life of his colleague Dacian, nor the Senate the like accusation of having treasonably murdered Romulus. Yet Romulus had the advantage to be thought divinely born and miraculously preserved and nurtured. My birth was mortal. I was reared and instructed by men that are known to you. The very points of my character that are most commended mark me as unfit to reign. Love of retirement and of studies inconsistent with business. A passion that has become inveterate in me for peace, for unwarlike occupations, and for the society of men whose meetings are but those of worship and of kindly intercourse, whose lives in general are spent upon their farms and their pastures. I should but be, methinks, a laughing-stock, while I should go about to inculcate the worship of the gods, and give lessons in the love of justice and the abhorrence of violence and war, to a city whose needs are rather for a captain than for a king. The Romans, perceiving by these words that he was declining to accept the kingdom, were the more instant and urgent with him that he would not forsake and desert them in this condition, and suffer them to relapse, as they must, into their former sedition and civil discord, there being no person on whom both parties could accord but on himself. And, at length, his father and Marcius, taking him aside, persuaded him to accept a gift so noble in itself, and tendered to him rather from heaven than from men. Though, said they, you neither desire riches, being content with what you have, nor court the fame of authority, as having already the more valuable fame of virtue. Yet you will consider that government itself is a service of God, who now calls out into action your qualities of justice and wisdom, which were not meant to be left useless and unemployed. Cease, therefore, to avoid and turn your back upon an office which, to a wise man, is a field for great and honorable actions, for the magnificent worship of the gods, and for the introduction of habits of piety, which authority alone can effect amongst a people. Tatius, though a foreigner, was beloved, and the memory of Romulus has received divine honor. And who knows but that this people, being victorious, may be satiated with war, and content with the trophies and spoils they have acquired, may be, above all things, desirous to have a pacific and justice-loving prince to lead them to good order and quiet. But if, indeed, their desires are uncontrollably and madly set on war, were it not better, then, to have the reins held by such a moderating hand as is able to divert the fury another way, and that your native city and the whole Sabine nation should possess in you a bond of goodwill and friendship with this young and growing power? With these reasons and persuasions, several auspicious omens are said to have concurred, and the zeal also of his fellow citizens, who, on understanding what message the Roman ambassadors had brought him, entreated him to accompany them, and to accept the kingdom as a means to unanimity and concord between the nations. NUMA, yielding to these inducements, having first performed divine sacrifice, proceeded to Rome, being met in his way by the Senate and people, who, with an impatient desire, came forth to receive him. The women also welcomed him with joyful acclamations, and sacrifices were offered for him in all the temples. And so universal was the joy that they seemed to be receiving not a new king, but a new kingdom. In this manner he descended into the forum, where Spurius, whose turn it was to be interrex at that hour, put it to the vote, and all declared him king. Then the regalities and robes of authority were brought to him, but he refused to be invested with them until he had first consulted and been confirmed by the gods. So, being accompanied by the priests and he ascended the Capitol, which at that time the Romans called the Tarpeian Hill. Then the chief of the augurs covered Numa's head and turned his face towards the south, and, standing behind him, laid his right hand on his head and prayed, turning his eyes every way in expectation of some auspicious signal from the gods. It was wonderful. Meantime, with what silence and devotion the multitude stood assembled in the forum in similar expectation and suspense, till auspicious birds appeared and passed on the right. Then Numa, apparelling himself in his royal robes, descended from the hill to the people, by whom he was received and congratulated with shouts and acclamations of welcome, as a holy king, and beloved of all the gods. The first thing he did at his entrance into government was to dismiss the band of 300 men which had been Romulus's lifeguard, called by him Solaris, saying that he would not distrust those who put confidence in him, nor rule over a people that distrusted him. The next thing he did was to add to the 2 priests of Jupiter and Mars a third in honor of Romulus, whom he called the Flamen Quirinales. The Romans anciently called their priests flamens, by corruption of the word Pylamenes, from a certain cap which they wore, called pileus. In those times, Greek words were more mixed with the Latin than at present. Thus also the royal robe, which is called lina jubas, is the same as the Greek klana, and that the name of Camillus, given to the boy with both his parents living, who serves in the temple of Jupiter, was taken from the name given by some Greeks to Mercury, denoting his office of attendance on the gods. When Numa had, by such measures, won the favor and affection of the people, he set himself, without delay, to the task of bringing the hard and iron Roman temper to somewhat more of gentleness and equity. Plato's expression of a city in high fever was never more applicable than to Rome at that time, in its origin formed by daring and warlike spirit, whom bold and desperate adventure brought thither from every quarter. It hath found in perpetual wars and incursions on its neighbors, its after sustenance and means of growth, and in conflict with danger the source of new strength, like piles, which the blows of the rammer serve to fix into the ground. Wherefore Numa, judging it no slight undertaking to mollify and bend to peace the presumptuous and stubborn spirits of this people, began to operate upon them with the sanctions of religion. He sacrificed often, and used processions and religious dances, in which most commonly he officiated in person, by such combinations of solemnity with refined and humanizing pleasures, seeking to win over and mitigate their fiery and warlike temper. At times, also, he filled their imaginations with religious terrors, professing that strange apparitions had been seen and dreadful voices heard, thus subduing and humbling their minds by a sense of supernatural fears. This method which Numa used made it believed that he had been much conversant with Pythagoras, for in the philosophy of the one, as in the policy of the other, man's relations to the deity occupy a great place. It is said, also, that the solemnity of his exterior garb and gestures was adopted by him from the same feeling with Pythagoras, for it is said of Pythagoras that he had taught an eagle to come at his call and stoop down to him in its flight, and that, as he passed among the people assembled at the Olympic Games, he showed them his golden thigh, besides many other strange and miraculous-seeming practices, on which Timon the Phliasian wrote the distich of the glory of a juggler proud, with solemn talk imposed upon the crowd. In like manner, Numa spoke of a certain goddess, or mountain nymph, that was in love with him, and met him in secret, as before related, and professed that he entertained familiar conversation with the Muses, to whose teaching he ascribed the greatest part of his revelations, and amongst them, above all, he recommended to the veneration of the Romans one in particular, whom he named Tashita, the silent, which he did perhaps in imitation and honor of the Pythagorean silence. His opinion also of images is very agreeable to the doctrine of Pythagoras, who conceived of the first principle of being as transcending sense and passion, invisible and incorrupt, and only to be apprehended by abstract intelligence. So Numa forbade the Romans to represent God in the form of man or beast, nor was there any painted or graven image of a deity admitted amongst them for the space of the first 170 years, all which time their temples and chapels were kept free and pure from images. To such baser objects they deemed it impious to liken the highest, and all access to God impossible, except by the pure act of the intellect. His sacrifices also had great similitude to the ceremonial of Pythagoras, for they were not celebrated with effusion of blood, but consisted of flour, wine, and the least costly offerings. Other external proofs, too, are urged to show the connection Numa had with Pythagoras. The comic writer Epicharmus, an ancient author, and of the school of Pythagoras, in a book of his dedicated to Antenor, records that Pythagoras was made a freeman of Rome again. Numa gave to one of his 4 sons the name of Mamoricus, which was the name of one of the sons of Pythagoras, from whence, as they say, sprang that ancient patrician family of the Emili, for that the king gave him in sport the surname of Imi, for his engaging and graceful manner in speaking. I remember, too, that when I was at Rome, I heard many say that when the oracle directed 2 statues to be raised, one to the wisest and another to the most valiant man of Greece, they erected 2 of brass, one representing Alcibiades, and the other Pythagoras. But to pass by these matters, which are full of uncertainty, and not so important as to be worth our time to insist on them. The original constitution of the priests, called pontifices, is ascribed unto Numa, and he himself was, it is said, the first of them, and that they have the name of pontifices from portens, powerful, because they attend the service of the gods, who have power and command over all. Others make the word refer to exceptions of impossible cases. The priests were to perform all the duties possible to them. If anything lay beyond their power, the exception was not to be cavilled at. The most common opinion is the most absurd, which derives this word from pons, and assigns the priests the title of bridge. The sacrifices performed on the bridge were amongst the most sacred and ancient, and the keeping and repairing of the bridge attached, like any other public sacred office, to the priesthood. It was accounted not simply unlawful, but a positive sacrilege to pull down the wooden bridge, which moreover is said, in obedience to an oracle, to have been built entirely of timber and fastened with wooden beams, without nails or cramps of iron. The stone bridge was built a very long time after, when Emilius was quaestor, and they do indeed say also that the wooden bridge was not so old as NUMA's time, but was finished by Ancus Marcius when he was king, who was the grandson of NUMA by his daughter. The office of Pontifex Maximus, or chief priest, was to declare and interpret the divine law, or, rather, to preside over sacred rites. He not only prescribed rules for public ceremony, but regulated the sacrifices of private persons, not suffering them to vary from established custom, and giving information to every one of what was requisite for purposes of worship or supplication. He was also guardian of the Vestal Virgins, the institution of whom, and of their perpetual fire, was attributed to NUMA, who perhaps fancied the charge of pure and uncorrupted flames would be fitly entrusted to chaste and unpolluted persons, or that fire, which consumes but produces nothing, bears all analogy to the virgin estate in Greece, wherever a perpetual holy fire is kept, as at Delphi and Athens. The charge of it is committed not to virgin, but widows past the time of marriage. And in case by any accident it should happen that this fire became extinct, as the holy lamp was at Athens under the tyranny of Arisin, and at Delphi, when that temple was burnt by the Medes, as also in the time of the Mithridatic and Roman Civil War, when not only the fire was extinguished, but the altar demolished. Then, afterward, in kindling this fire again, it was esteemed an impiety to light it from common sparks or flame, or from anything but the pure and unpolluted rays of the sun, which they usually effect by concave mirrors of a figure formed by the revolution of an isosceles rectangular triangle, all the lines from the circumference of which, meeting in a center, By holding it in the light of the sun, they can collect and concentrate all its rays at this one point of convergence, where the air will now become rarefied, and any light dry. Combustible matter will kindle as soon as applied, under the effect of the rays, which here acquire the substance and active force of fire. Some are of opinion that these Vestals had no other business than the preservation of this fire, but others conceive that they were keepers of other divine secrets, concealed from all but themselves, of which we have told all that may lawfully be asked or told in the life of Camilla. Jagania and Varinia, it is recorded, were the names of the first two virgins consecrated and ordained by Numa. Kenulea and Tarpeia succeeded. Servius afterwards added 2, and the number of 4 has continued to the present time. The statutes prescribed by Numa for the Vestals were these: that they should take a vow of virginity for the space of 30 years, the first 10 of which they were to spend in learning their duties, the second 10 in performing them, and the remaining 10 in teaching and instructing others. Thus, the whole term being completed, it was lawful for them to marry, and leaving the sacred order to choose any condition of life that pleased them. But this permission few, as they say, made use of, and in cases where they did so, it was observed that their change was not a happy one, but accompanied ever after with regret and melancholy, so that the greater number, from religious fears and scruples, forbore, and continued to old age and death in the strict observance of a single life. For this condition he compensated by great privileges and prerogatives, as that they had power to make a will in the lifetime of their father, that they had a free administration of their own affairs without guardian or tutor, which was the privilege of women who were the mothers of 3 children. When they go abroad, they have the fasces carried before them, and if in their walks they chance to meet a criminal on his way to execution, it saves his life, upon oath made that the meeting was an accidental one, and not concerted or of set purpose. Any one who presses upon the chair on which they are carried is put to death. If these Vestals commit any minor fault, they are punishable by the high priest only, who scourges the offender, sometimes with her clothes off, in a dark place, with a curtain drawn between. But she that has broken her vow is buried alive near the gate called Colina, where a little mound of earth stands inside the city, reaching some little distance, called in Latin ager. Under it a narrow room is constructed, to which a descent is made by stairs. Here they prepare a bed, and light a lamp, and leave a small quantity of victuals, such as bread, water, a pail of milk, and some oil, that so that body which had been consecrated and devoted to the most sacred service of religion might not be said to perish by such a death as famine. The culprit herself is put in a litter, which they cover over and tie her down with cords on it, so that nothing she utters may be heard. They then take her to the forum. All people silently go out of the way as she passes, and such as follow accompany the bier with solemn and speechless sorrow. And, indeed, there is not any spectacle more appalling, nor any day observed by the city with greater appearance of gloom and sadness. When they come to the place of execution, the officers loose the cords, and then the high priest, lifting his hands to heaven, pronounces certain prayers to himself before the act. Then he brings out the prisoner, being still covered, and placing her upon the steps that lead down to the cell, turns away his face with the rest of the priests. The stairs are drawn up after she has gone down, and a quantity of earth is heaped up over the entrance to the cell, so as to prevent it from being distinguished from the rest of the mound. This is the punishment of those who break their vow of virginity. It is said also that NUMA built the temple of Vesta, which was intended for a repository of the holy fire, of a circular form, not to represent the figure of the earth, as if that were the same as Vesta, but that of the general universe, in the center of which the Pythagoreans place the element of fire, and give it the name of Vesta and the unit, and do not hold that the earth is immovable, or that it is situated in the center of the globe, but that it keeps a circular motion about the seat of fire, and is not in the number of the primary element, in this agreeing with the opinion of Plato, who, they said, in his later life, conceived that the earth held a lateral position, and that the central and sovereign space was reserved for some nobler body. There was yet a farther use of the priests, and that was to give people directions in the national usages at funeral rite. NUMA taught them to regard these offices not as a pollution, but as a duty paid to the gods below, into whose hands the better part of us is transmitted. Especially they were to worship the goddess Libitina, who presided over all the ceremonies performed at burials, whether they meant hereby Proserpia, or, as the most learnt of the Romans conceive, Venus, not inaptly attributing the beginning and end of man's life to the agency of one and the same deity. NUMA also prescribed rules for regulating the days of mourning, according to certain times and ages, as, for example, a child of 3 years was not to be mourned for at all, one older, up to 10 years, for as many months as it was years old, and the longest time of mourning for any person whatsoever was not to exceed the term of 10 months, which was the time appointed for women that lost their husbands to continue in widowhood. If any married again before that time, by the laws of NUMA she was to sacrifice a cow big with calf. NUMA also was founder of several other orders of priests, 2 of which I shall mention, the Salii and the which are among the clearest proofs of the devoutness and sanctity of his character. These Fesals, or guardians of peace, seem to have had their name from their office, which was to put a stop to disputes by conference and speech. For it was not allowable to take up arms until they had declared all hopes of accommodation to be at an end. For in Greek, we call it peace when disputes are settled by words, and not by force. The Romans commonly dispatched the Feshules, or heralds, to those who had offered them injury, requesting satisfaction, and, in case they refused, they then called the gods to witness, and, with imprecations upon themselves and their country, should they be acting unjustly, so declared war against their will or without their consent. It was lawful neither for soldier nor king to take up arms. The war was begun with them, and when they had first handed it over to the commander as a just quarrel, then his business was to deliberate of the manner and ways to carry it on. It is believed that the slaughter and destruction which the Gauls made of the Romans was a judgment on the city for neglect of this religious proceeding. For that, when these barbarians besieged, Fabius Ambastus was dispatched to their camp to negotiate peace for the besieged, and, on their returning a rude refusal, Fabius imagined that his office of ambassador was at an end, and, rashly engaging on the side of the Clusinians, challenged the bravest of the enemy to a single combat. It was the fortune of Fabius to kill his adversary and to take his spoils, but when the Gauls discovered it, they sent a herald to Rome to complain against him, since before war was declared, he had, against the law of nations, made a breach of the peace, the matter being debated in the Senate. The Phaeacians were of opinion that Fabius ought to be consigned into the hands of the Gauls, but he, being forewarned of their judgment, fled to the people, by whose protection and favor he escaped the sentence. On this, the Gauls marched with their army to Rome, where, having taken the capital, they sacked the city. The particulars of all which are fully given in the history of Camanas. The origin of the Salii is this. In the 8th year of the reign of Numa, a terrible pestilence which traversed all Italy, ravaged likewise the city of Rome, and the citizens being in distress and despondent, a brazen target, they say, fell from heaven into the hands of Numa, who gave them this marvelous account of it, that Egeria, and the Muses had assured him it, was sent from heaven for the cure and safety of the city, and that, to keep it secure, he was ordered by them to make 11 others, so like in dimension and form to the original that no thief should be able to distinguish the true from the counterfeit. He farther declared that he was commanded to consecrate to the Muses the place, and the fields about it, where they had been chiefly wont to meet with him, and that the spring which watered the field should be hallowed for the use of the Vestal virgins, who were to wash and cleanse the penetralia of their sanctuary with those holy waters. The truth of all which was speedily verified by the cessation of the pestilence. Numa displayed the target to the artificers and bade them show their skill in making others like it. All despaired, until at length one Memorius Viturius, an excellent workman, happily hit upon it, and made all so exactly the same that Numa himself was at a loss, and could not distinguish. The keeping of these targets was committed to the charge of certain priests, called Salii, who did not receive their name, as some tell the story. From a dancing master born in Samothrace, or at Mantinia, who taught the way of dancing in arms, but more truly from that jumping dance which the Salii themselves use, when in the month of March they carry the sacred targets through the city, at which procession they are habited in short frocks of purple, girt with a broad belt studded with brass. On their heads they wear a brass helmet, and carry in their hands short daggers, which they clash every now and then against the targets. But the chief thing is the dance itself. They move with much grace, performing in quick time and close order various intricate figures, with a great display of strength and agility. The targets were called oncilia from their form, for they are not made round, nor like proper targets of a complete circumference, but are cut out into a wavy line, the ends of which are rounded off and turned in at the thickest part towards each other, so that their shape is curvilinear, or in grilla and salon. Or the name may come from ankon, the elbow on which they are carried. Thus Juba writes, who is eager to make it Greek, but it might be, for that matter, from its having come down anekathen from above, or from its achesis, or cure of diseases, o aru, o ku, mon ies says, because it put an end to a drought, or from its anachesis, or relief from calamities, which is the origin of the Athenian name Anases, given to Castor, and if we must, that is, reduce it to Greeky. Maria Salea, as they danced in their arms through the city, though some will have it that they do not say Viturium Memoriam, but Viturum Memoriam, ancient remembrance. After Numa had in this manner instituted these several orders of priests, he erected, near the temple of Vesta, what is called to this day Rhea, or King's House, where he spent the most part of his time performing divine service instructing the priests, or conversing with them on sacred subjects. He had another house upon the Mount Quirinalis, the site of which they show to this day in all public processions and solemn prayers. Criers were sent before to give notice to the people that they should forbear their work and rest. They say that the Pythagoreans did not allow people to worship and pray to their gods by the way, but would have them go out from their houses direct, with their minds set upon the duty, and so NUMA, in like manner, wished that his citizens should neither see nor hear any religious service in a perfunctory and inattentive manner, but, laying aside all other occupations, should apply their minds to religion as to a most serious business, and that the streets should be free from all noises and cries that accompany manual labor, and clear for the sacred solemnity. Some traces of this custom remain at Rome to this day, for when the consul begins to take auspices or do sacrifice, they call out to the people, "Hawk age, attend this," whereby the auditors then present are admonished to compose and recollect themselves. Many other of his precepts resemble those of the Pythagoreans. The Pythagoreans said, for example, "Thou shalt not make a picky measure thy seat to sit on. Thou shalt not stir the fire with a sword. When thou goest out upon a journey, look not behind thee. When thou sacrificest to the celestial gods, let it be with an odd number, and when to the terrestrial, with even." The significance of each of which precepts they would not commonly disclose. So some of NUMA's traditions have no obvious meaning. Thou shalt not make libation to the gods of wine from an unpruned vine. No sacrifices shall be performed without meal. Turn round to pay adoration to the gods. Sit after you have worshipped. The first two directions seem to denote the cultivation and subduing of the earth as a part of religion, and as to the turning which the worshippers are to use in divine adoration, it is said to represent the rotatory motion of the world. But, in my opinion, the meaning rather is that the worshipper, since the temple's front, the east, enters with his back to the rising sun, their faces round to the east, and so turns back to the god of the temple by this circular movement, referring the fulfillment of his prayer to both divinities, unless, indeed, this change of posture may have a mystical meaning, like the Egyptian wheels, and signify to us the instability of human fortune, and that, in whatever way God changes and turns our lot and condition, we should rest contented and accept it as right and fitting. They say also that the sitting after worship was to be by way of omen of their petitions being granted, and the blessing they ask assured to them. Again, as different courses of actions are divided by intervals of rest, they might seat themselves after the completion of what they had done, to seek favor of the gods for beginning something else, and this would very well suit with what we had before. The lawgiver wants to habituate us to make our petitions to the deity not by the way, and as it were, in a hurry, when we have other things to do, but with time and leisure to attend to it. By such discipline and schooling in religion, the city passed insensibly into such a submissiveness of temper, and stood in such awe and reverence of the virtue of NUMA, that they received, with an undoubted assurance, whatever he delivered, though never so fabulous, and thought nothing incredible or impossible from him. There goes a story that he once invited a great number of citizens to an entertainment, at which the dishes in which the meat was served were very homely and plain, and the repast itself poor and ordinary fare. The guests seated, he began to tell them that the goddess that consulted with him was then at that time come to him, when on a sudden the room was furnished with all sorts of costly drinking and the tables loaded with rich meats, and a most sumptuous entertainment. But the dialogue which is reported to have passed between him and Jupiter surpasses all the fabulous legends that were ever invented. They say that before Mount Aventine was inhabited or enclosed within the walls of the city, two demigods, Picus and Faunus, frequented the springs and thick shades of that place, which might be two satyrs, or Panza, except that they went about Italy playing the same sorts of tricks, by skill in drugs and magic, as are ascribed by the Greeks to the dactyly of Mount Ida. Numa contrived one day to surprise these by mixing wine and honey in the waters of the spring of which they usually drank. On finding themselves ensnared, they changed themselves into various shapes, dropping their own form and assuming every kind of unusual and hideous appearance. But when they saw they were safely entrapped, and in no possibility of getting free, they revealed to him many secrets and future events, and particularly a charm for thunder and lightning, still in use, performed with onions and hair and pilchards. Some say they did not tell him the charm, but by their magic brought down Jupiter out of heaven, and that he then, in an angry manner answering the inquiries, told Numa that if he would charm the thunder and lightning, he must do it with heads. How? Said Numa. With the heads of onions. No, replied Jupiter, of men, but Numa, willing to elude the cruelty of this recede, turned it another way, saying, your meaning is the hairs of men's heads. No, replied Jupiter, with living pilchards, said Numa, interrupting him. These answers he had learnt from Egeria. Jupiter returned again to heaven, pacified and Ilkos, or propitious. The place was in remembrance of him, called Elysium, from this Greek word, and the spell in this manner effected. These stories, laughable as they are, show us the feelings which people then, by force of habit, entertained towards the deity, and Numa's own thoughts are said to have been fixed to that degree on divine objects that he once when a message was brought to him that enemies are approaching, answered with a smile, "And I am sacrificing." It was he, also, that built the temples of faith in Terminus and taught the Romans that the name of faith was the most solemn oath that they could swear. They still use it, and to the god Terminus, or boundary, they offer to this day both public and private sacrifices upon the borders and stone marks of their land, living victims now, though anciently those sacrifices were solemnized without blood. For NUMA reasoned that the god of boundaries, who watched over peace and testified to fair dealing, should have no concern with blood. It is very clear that it was this king who first prescribed bounds to the territory of Rome, for Romulus would but have openly betrayed how much he had encroached on his neighbor's lands, had he ever set limits to his own. For boundaries are, indeed, a defense to those who choose to observe them, but are only a testimony against the dishonesty of those who break through them. The truth is, the portion of lands which the Romans possessed at the beginning was very narrow, until Romulus enlarged them by war. All whose acquisitions NUMA now divided amongst the indigent community, wishing to do away with that extreme want which is a compulsion to dishonesty, and, by turning the people to husbandry, to bring them, as well as their lands, into better order. For there is no employment that gives so keen and quick a relish for peace as husbandry and a country life, which leave in men all that kind of courage that makes them ready to fight in defense of their own, while it destroys the license that breaks out into acts of injustice and rapacity. NUMA, therefore, hoping agriculture would be a sort of charm to captivate the affections of his people to peace, and viewing it rather as a means to moral than to economical profit, divided all the lands into several parcels, to which he gave the name of Pegas, or Paris, and over every one of them he ordained chief overseers, and, taking a delight sometimes to inspect his colonies in person, he formed his judgment of every man's habits by the results, of which, being witnessed himself, he preferred those to honors and employments who had done well, and by rebukes and reproaches incited the indolent and careless to improvement. But of all his measures the most commended was his distribution of the people by their trades into companies or guilds. For as the city consisted, or rather did not consist of, but was divided into 2 different tribes, the diversity between which could not be effaced, and in the meantime prevented all unity and caused perpetual tumult and ill blood, reflecting how hard substances that do not readily mix when in the lump by being beaten into powder, in that minute form be combined. He resolved to divide the whole population into a number of small divisions, and thus hoped, by introducing other distinctions, to obliterate the original and great distinction, which would be lost among the smaller. So, distinguishing the whole people by the several arts and trades, he formed the companies of musicians, goldsmiths, carpenters, dyers, shoemakers, skinners, braziers, and potters, and all other handicraftsmen he composed and reduced into a single company, appointing every one their proper courts, councils, and religious observances. In this manner all factious distinctions began, for the first time, to pass out of use, no person any longer being either thought of or spoken of under the notion of a Sabine or a Roman, a Romulian, and the new division became a source of general harmony and intermixture. He is also much to be commended for the repeal, or rather amendment, of that law which gives power to fathers to sell their children. He exempted such as were married, conditionally that it had been with the liking and consent of their parents, for it seemed a hard thing that a woman who had given herself in marriage to a man whom she judged free should afterwards find herself living with a slave. He attempted, also, the formation of a calendar, not with absolute exactness, yet not without some scientific knowledge. During the reign of Romulus, they had let their months run on without any certain or equal term. Some of them contained 20 days, others 35, others more. They had no sort of knowledge of the inequality in the motions of the sun and moon. They only kept to the one rule that the whole course of the year contained 360 days. NUMA, calculating the difference between the lunar and the solar year at 11 days. For that, the moon completed her anniversary course in 354 days, and the sun in 306. To remedy this incongruity doubled the 11 days, and every other year added an intercalary month to follow February, consisting of 22 days, and called by the Romans the month Mer. This amendment, however, itself, in course of time, came to need other amendments. He also altered the order of the months, for March, which was reckoned the first, he put into the third place, and January, which was the 11th, he made the first, and February, which was the 12th, and last, the 2nd. Many will have it that it was Numa also who added the 2 months of January and February, for in the beginning they had had a year of 10 months, as there are barbarians who count only 3. The Arcadians in Greece had but 4, the Acarnanians 6. The Egyptian year at first, they say, was of 1 month, afterwards of 4. And so, though they live in the newest of all countries, they have the credit of being a more ancient nation than any, and reckon in their genealogies a prodigious number of years, counting months, that is, as years, that the Romans, at first, comprehended the whole year within 10 and not 12 months, plainly appears by the name of the last December, meaning the 10th month, and that March was the first is likewise evident for the 5th month, after it was called Quintilis, and the 6th Sextilis, and so the rest. Whereas, if January and February had, in this account, preceded March, Quintilis would have been 5th in name and 7th in reckoning. It was also natural that March, dedicated to Mars, should be Romulus's first, and April, named from Venus or Aphrodite, his second month. In it they sacrifice to Venus, and the women bathe on the calends, or first day of it, with myrtle garlands on their heads. But others, because of its being P and not P, will not allow of the derivation of this word from Aphrodite, but say it is called April from Aperio, Latin for to open, because that this month is high spring, and opens and discloses the buds and flowers. The next is called May, from Maia, the mother of Mercury, to whom it is sacred. Then June follows, so called from Juno. Some, however, derive them from the two ages, old and young, Majoris being their name for older, and Junius for younger men. To the other months they gave denominations according to their order. So the 5th was called Quintilis, Sextilis the 6th, and the rest September, October, November, and December. Afterwards, Quintilis received the name of Julius from Caesar, who defeated Pompey, as also Sextilis that of Augustus from the second Caesar, who had that title. Domitian also, in imitation, gave the 2 other following months his own names of Germanicus and Domitian. But on his being slain, they recovered their ancient denominations of September and October. The 2 last are the only ones that have kept their names throughout, without any alteration. Of the months which were added or transposed in their order by NUMA, February comes from Feb and is as much as purification month. In it they make offerings to the dead and celebrate the Lupercalia, which, in most points, resembles a purification. January was so called from Janus, and precedence given to it by Numa before March, which was dedicated to the god Mars, because, as I conceive, he wished to take every opportunity of intimating that the arts and studies of peace are to be preferred before those of war. For this Janus, whether in remote antiquity he were a demigod or a king, was certainly a great lover of civil and social unity, and one who reclaimed men from brutal and savage living. for which reason they figure him with two faces, to represent the two states and conditions out of the one of which he brought mankind, to lead them into the other. His temple at Rome has two gates, which they call the gates of war, because they stand open in the time of war, and shut in the times of peace, of which latter there was very seldom an example, for, as the Roman Empire was enlarged and extended, it was so encompassed with barbarous nations and enemies to be resisted that it was seldom or never at peace. Only in the time of Augustus Caesar, after he had overcome Antony, this temple was shut, as likewise once before, when Marcus Attilius and Titus Manlius were consuls, but then it was not long before, wars breaking out, the gates were again opened. But during the reign of NUMA, those gates were never seen open a single day, but continued constantly shut for a space of 43 years together. Such an entire and universal cessation of war existed, for not only had the people of Rome itself been soft and charmed into a peaceful temper by the just and mild rule of a pacific prince, but even the neighboring cities, as if some salubrious and gentle air had blown from Rome upon them, began to experience a change of feeling, and partook in the general longing for the sweets of peace and order, and for life employed in the quiet tillage of soil, bringing up of children, and worship of the god, festival days, and sport, and the secure and peaceful interchange of friendly visits and hospitalities prevailed all through the whole of Italy. The love of virtue and justice flowed from Numa's wisdom as from a fountain, and the serenity of his spirit diffused itself, like a calm, on all sides, so that the hyperboles of poets were flat and tame to express what then existed. As that over, the iron shield, the spiders hang their threads, or that trust eats the pointed spear and double-edged sword. No more is heard the trumpet's brazen roar, sweet sleep is banished from our eyes no more. For during the whole reign of Numa, there was neither war, nor sedition, nor innovation in this state, nor any envy or ill will to his person, nor plot or conspiracy from views of ambition, either fear of the gods that were thought to watch over him, or reverence for his virtue, or a divine felicity of fortune that in his days preserved human innocence, made his reign, by whatever means, a living example and verification of that saying which Plato long afterwards ventured to pronounce, that the sole and only hope of respite or remedy for human evils was in some happy conjunction of events, which should unite in a single person the power of a king and the wisdom of a philosopher, so as to elevate virtue to control and mastery over vice. The wise man is blessed in himself, and blessed also are the auditors who can hear and receive those words which flow from his mouth. And perhaps, too, there is no need of compulsion or menaces to affect the multitude, for the mere sight itself of a shining and conspicuous example of virtue in the life of their prince will bring them spontaneously to virtue and to a conformity with that blameless and blessed life of goodwill and mutual concord, supported by temperance and justice, which is the highest benefit that human means can confer, and he is the truest ruler who can best introduce it into the hearts and practice of his subjects. It is the praise of NUMA that no one seems ever to have discerned this so clearly as he. As to his children and wives, there is a diversity of reports by several authors. Some will have it that he never had any other wife than Tatia, nor more children than one daughter called Pompelia. Others will have it that he left also 4 sons, namely Pompo, Venus, Calpus, and Mamarchus, every one of whom had issue, and from them descended the noble and illustrious families of Pomponi, Pinori, Calpurni, and Mamerci, which for this reason took also the surname of Rex, or king. But there is a third set of writers who say that these pedigrees are but a piece of flattery used by writers, who, to gain favor with these great families, made them fictitious genealogies from the lineage of NUMA, and that Pompelia was not the daughter of Tatia, but Lucretia, another wife whom he married after he came to his kingdom. However, all of them agree in opinion that she was married to the son of that Marcius, who persuaded him to accept the government, and accompanied him to Rome, where, as a mark of honor, he was chosen into the Senate, and, after the death of NUMA, standing in competition with Tullus Hostilius for the kingdom, and being disappointed of the election, in discontent, killed himself. His son Marcius, however, who had married Pompilia, continuing at Rome, was the father of Ancus Marcius, who succeeded Tullus Hostilius in the kingdom, and was but 5 years of age when NUMA died. NUMA lived something above 80 years, and then, as Piso writes, was not taken out of the world by a sudden or acute disease, but died of old age and by a gradual and gentle decline. At his funeral, all the glories of his life were consummated, when all the neighboring states in alliance and amity with Rome met to honor and grace the rites of his interment with garlands and public presents. The senators carried the bier on which his corpse was laid, and the priests followed and accompanied the solemn procession, while a general crowd, in which women and children took part, followed with such cries and weeping as if they had bewailed the death and loss of some most dear relation taken away in the flower of age, and not of an old and worn-out king. It is said that his body, by his particular command, was not burnt, but that they made, in conformity with his order, 2 stone coffins, and buried both under the hill Janiculum, in one of which his body was laid, and in the other his sacred books, which, as the Greek legislators their tables, he had written out for himself, but had so long inculcated the contents of them, whilst he lived, into the minds and hearts of the priests, that their understandings became fully possessed with the whole spirit and purpose of them, and he therefore bade that they should be buried with his body, as though such holy precepts could not without irreverence be left to circulate in mere lifeless writings. For this very reason, they say, the Pythagoreans bade that their precepts should not be committed to paper, but rather preserved in the living memories of those who were worthy to receive them. And when some of their out-of-the-way and abstruse geometrical processes had been divulged to an unworthy person, they said the gods threatened to punish this wickedness and profanity by a signal and wide-spreading calamity. With these several instances concurring to show a similarity in the lives of Numa and Pythagoras, we may easily pardon those who seek to establish the fact of a real acquaintance between them. Valerius Antius writes that the books which were buried in the aforementioned coffin of stone, 12 volumes of Holy Writ, and 12 others of Greek philosophy, and that about 400 years afterwards, when P. Cornelius and M. Babias were consuls. In a time of heavy rains, a violent torrent washed away the earth, and dislodged the chests of stone, and their covers fallen off. One of them was found wholly empty, without the least relic of any human body. In the other were the books before mentioned, which the praetor Petilius, having read and perused, made oath in the Senate that, in his opinion, it was not fit for their contents to be made public to the people, whereupon the volumes were all carried to the committee, and there burnt. It is the fortune of all good men that their virtue rises in glory after their deaths, and that the envy which evil men conceive against them never outlives them long. Some have the happiness even to see it die before them. But in Numa's case, also, the fortunes of the succeeding kings served as foils to set off the brightness of his reputation, for after him there were 5 kings, the last of whom ended his old age in banishment, being deposed from his crown. Of the other 4, 3 were assassinated and murdered by treason. The other, who was Telesisk, that immediately succeeded Numa, derided his virtues, and especially his devotion to religious worship, as a cowardly and mean-spirited occupation, and diverted the minds of the people to war, but was checked in these youthful insolences, and was himself driven by an acute and tormenting disease into superstitions wholly different from Numa's piety, and left others also to participate in these terrors, when he died by the stroke of a thunderbolt. Comparison of Numa with LYCUGUS. Having thus finished the lives of Lycurgus and Numa, we shall now, though the work be difficult, put together their points of difference as they lie here before our view. Their points of likeness are obvious. their moderation, their religion, their capacity of government and discipline. They're both deriving their laws and constitutions from the gods. Yet in their common glories there are circumstances of diversity. For, first, NUMA accepted and Lycurgus resigned a kingdom. NUMA received without desiring it. Lycurgus had it and gave it up. The one from a private person and a stranger was raised by others to be their king. The other from the condition of a prince voluntarily descended to the state of privacy. It was glorious to acquire a throne by justice, yet more glorious to prefer justice before a throne. The same virtue which made the one appear worthy of regal power exalted the other to the disregard of it. Lastly, as musicians tune their harps, so the one let down the high-flown spirits of the people at Rome to a lower key, as the other screwed them up at Sparta to a higher note, when they were sunken low by dissoluteness and riot. The harder task was that of Lycurgus, for it was not so much his business to persuade his citizens to put off their armor or ungird their swords, as to cast away their gold or silver, and abandon costly furniture and rich tables. Nor was it necessary to preach to them that, laying aside their arms, they should observe the festive and sacrifice to the gods, but rather that, giving up feasting and drinking, they should employ their time in laborious and martial exercises, so that while the one effected all by persuasions and his people's love for him, the other, with danger and hazard of his person, scarcely in the end succeeded. NUMA's muse was a gentle and loving inspiration, fitting him well to turn and soothe his people into peace and justice out of their violent and fiery tempers, whereas, if we must admit the treatment of the helots to be a part of Lycurgus's legislations, a most cruel and iniquitous proceeding, we must own that NUMA was by a great deal the more humane and Greek-like legislator, granting even to actual slaves a license to sit at meat with their masters at the feast of Saturn, that they also might have some taste and relish of the sweets of liberty. For this custom, too, is ascribed to NUMA, whose wish was, they conceived, to give a place in the enjoyment of the yearly fruits of the soil to those who had helped to produce them. Others will have it to be in remembrance of the age of Saturn, when there was no distinction between master and slave, but all lived as brothers and as equals in a condition of equality. In general, it seems that both aimed at the same design and intent, which was to bring their people to moderation and frugality. But of other virtues, the one set his affection most on fortitude, and the other on justice, unless we will attribute their different ways to their different habits and temperaments, which they had to work upon by their enactments. For NUMA did not out of cowardice or fear affect peace, but because he would not be guilty of injustice. Nor did Lycurgus promote a spirit of war in his people, that they might do injustice to others, but that they might protect themselves by it. in bringing the habits they formed in their people to a just and happy mean, mitigating them where they exceeded, and strengthening them where they were deficient. Both were compelled to make great innovations. The frame of government which NUMA formed was democratic and popular to the last extreme. Goldsmiths and flute players and shoemakers constituting his promiscuous, many-colored commonalty. Lycurgus was rigid and aristocratical, banishing all the base and mechanic arts to the company of servants and strangers, and allowing the true citizens no implements but the spear and shield, the trade of war only, and the service of Mars, and no other knowledge or study but that of obedience to their commanding officers, and victory over their enemies. Every sort of money-making was forbid them as freemen, and to make them thoroughly so, and to keep them so through their whole lives, every conceivable concern with money was handed over, with the cooking and the waiting at table, to slaves and helots. But NUMA made none of these distinctions. He only suppressed military rapacity, allowing free scope to every other means of obtaining wealth. Nor did he endeavor to do away with inequality in this respect, but permitted riches to be amassed to any extent, and paid no attention to the gradual and continual augmentation and influx of poverty, which it was his business at the outset, whilst there was as yet no great disparity in the estates of men, and whilst people still lived much in one manner, to obviate, as Lycurgus did, and take measures of precaution against the mischiefs of avarice, mischiefs not of small importance, but the real sedum, first beginning of all the great and extensive evils of after time. The redivision of estates Lycurgus is not, it seems to me, to be blamed for making, nor NUMA for omitting. This equality was the basis and foundation of the one commonwealth. But at Rome, where the lands had been lately divided, there was nothing to urge any redivision or any disturbance of the first arrangements, which was probably still in existence, with respect to wives and children, and that community which both, with a sound policy, appointed to prevent all jealousy. Their methods, however, were different, for when a Roman thought himself to have a sufficient number of children, in case his neighbor who had none should come and request his wife of him, he had a lawful power to give her up to him who desired her, either for a certain time or for good. The Lacedaemonian husband, on the other hand, might allow the use of his wife to any other that desired to have children by her, and yet still keep her in his house, the original marriage obligation still subsisting as at first. Nay, many husbands, as we have said, would invite men whom they thought likewise to procure them fine and good-looking children into their houses. What is the difference, then, between the two customs? Shall we say that the Lacedaemonian system is one of an extreme and entire unconcern about their wives, and would cause most people endless disquiet and annoyance with pangs and jealousies? The Roman course wears an air of a more delicate acquiescence, draws the veil of a new contract over the change, and concedes the general insupportableness of mere community. NUMA's directions. 2. For the care of young women, are better adapted to the female sex, and to propriety. Lycurguses are altogether unreserved and unfeminine, and have given a great handle to the poets, who call them ibicas, for example, phenomerades, and give them the character, as does Euripides, of being wild after husbands. These with the young men from the house go out, with thighs that show, and robes that fly about. For in fact the skirts of the frock worn by unmarried girls were not sewn together at the lower part, but used to fly back and show the whole thigh bare as they walked. The thing is most distinctly given by Sophocles. She, also, the young maid, whose frock, no robe yet o'er it laid, folding back, leaves her bare thigh free. And so their women, it is said, were bold and masculine, overbearing to their husbands in the first place, absolute mistresses in their houses, giving their opinions about public matters freely, and speaking openly even on the most important subjects. But the matrons, under the government of NUMA, still indeed received from their husbands all that high respect and honor which had been paid them under Romulus as a sort of atonement for the violence done to them. Nevertheless, great modesty was enjoined upon them, all busy intermeddling forbidden, sobriety insisted on, and made habitua, wine they were not to touch at all, nor to speak, except in their husbands' company, even on the most ordinary subjects. So that once when a woman had the confidence to plead her own cause in a court of the Senate, it is said, sent to inquire of the oracle what the prodigy did portend, and, indeed, their general good behavior and submissiveness is justly proved by the record of those that were otherwise. For as the Greek historians record in their annals the names of those who first unsheathed the sword of civil war, or murdered their brothers, or were parricides, or killed their mother, so the Roman writers report it as the first example that Spurius Carvilius divorced his wife, being a case that never before happened in the space of 230 years from the foundation of the city. And the one Thalia, the wife of Penaria, had a quarrel the first instance of the kind with her mother-in-law, Jagania, in the reign of Tarquinius. So successful was the legislator in securing order and good conduct in the marriage relation. Their respective regulations for marrying the young women are in accordance with those for their education. Lycurgus made them brides when they were of full age and inclination for it. Intercourse, where nature was thus consulted, would produce, he thought, love and tenderness, instead of the dislike and fear attending an unnatural compulsion, and their bodies, also would be better able to bear the trials of breeding and of bearing children. In his judgment, the one end of marriage, the undergarment, frock, or tunic, without anything, either himation or peplis, over it. The Romans, on the other hand, gave their daughters in marriage as early as 12 years old, or even under. Thus they thought their bodies alike and minds would be delivered to the future husband pure and undefiled. The way of Lycurgus seems the more natural with a view to the birth of children. The other looking to a life to be spent together is more moral. However, the rules which Lycurgus drew up for superintendence of children, their collection into companies, their discipline and association, as also his exact regulations for their meals, exercises, and sports, argue NUMA no more than an ordinary lawgiver. NUMA left the whole matter simply to be decided by the parents' wishes or necessities. He might, if he pleased, make his son a husbandman or carpenter, coppersmith or musician, as if it were of no importance for them to be directed and trained up from the beginning to one and the same common end, or as though it would do for them to be like passengers on shipboard, brought thither each for his own ends, and by his own choice, uniting to act for the common good, only in time of danger, upon occasion of their private fears, in general looking simply to their own interest. We may forbear, indeed, to blame common legislators who may be deficient in power or knowledge. But when a wise man like NUMA had received the sovereignty over a new and docile people, was there anything that would better deserve his attention than the education of children and the training up of the young, not to contrariety and discordance of character, but to the unity of the common model of virtue, to which from their cradle they should have been formed and molded? One benefit among many that Lycurgus obtained by his course was the permanence which it secured to his laws. The obligation of oaths to preserve them would have availed but little if he had not, by discipline and education, infused them into the children's characters, and imbued their whole early life with a love of his government. The result was that the main points and fundamentals of his legislation continued for above 500 years, like some deep and thoroughly ingrained tincture, retaining their hold upon the nation. But NUMA's whole design and aim, the continuance of peace and goodwill, on his death vanished with him. No sooner did he expire his last breath than the gates of Janus's temple flew wide open, and, as if war had, indeed, been kept and caged up within those walls, it rushed forth to fill all Italy with blood and slaughter. And thus, that best and justest fabric of things was of no long continuance, because it wanted that cement which should have kept all together, education. What, then, some may say, has not Rome been advanced and bettered by her wars? A question that will need a long answer, if it is to be won to satisfy men who take the better to consist in riches, luxury, and dominion, rather than in security, gentleness, and that independence which is accompanied by justice. However, it makes much for Lycurgus that, after the Romans deserted the doctrine and discipline of NUMA, their empire grew and their power increased so much, whereas so soon as the Lacedaemonians fell from the institutions of they sank from the highest to the lowest state, and, after forfeiting their supremacy over the rest of Greece, were themselves in danger of absolute extirpation. Thus much, meantime, was peculiarly signed and almost divine in the circumstances of Numa, that he was an alien, and yet courted to come and accept a kingdom, the frame of which, though he entirely altered, yet he performed it by mere persuasion, and ruled a city that as yet had scarce become one city, without recurring to arms or any violence such as Lycurgus used, supporting himself by the aid of the nobler citizens against the commonalty, by mere force of wisdom and justice, established union and harmony amongst all.